That's not correct. Chapter select. Let's go. Alright. So this will be a quick speedrun of New Game plus Hard. Well, quick-ish. There's quite a bit to talk about and plenty of time to talk about it, so we're going to take this slow and just try to explain what's going on. For any of you that may have seen a New Game Plus or a regular New Game run, you'll notice that something's a little bit different here off rip. We can actually skip all the Zack side quest, minigame, content, whatever you want to call it. I call them story vignettes. Little segments of Zack trying to show what's going on with him, or at least the one that survived in the previous game. Luckily, it saves quite a bit of time. This first one already saves like a minute 10 minimum. Minute 10 seconds. Not a minute to 10. The main thing is that there's just a lot of combat and a little bit of walking at the start there, which is kind of cool. Some somewhat largish cutscenes, but mainly the problem is the combat has no tactical menu like this part with Sephiroth as well. Difference is Zack very much needs his like tactical inputs to be good. He has a good array of materia when you do use him in combat, but that early segment they heavily nerf him, which makes it a lot more annoying than it needs to be. But if he had access to his chain slash or high bravery, he'd be good. Don't know if we'd actually get him off though. So trying to head up the side of the mountain here, or by the side I mean just heading straight. And what this does is it forces Tifa to follow us, so we don't have to walk behind her down this winding road. We can just head on over here and go. Normally this is supposed to be the title credits for the game. Funny part is it still runs just fine even if you skip up the mountainside like this. Although Tifa, the parts where we have to follow Tifa, there's actually like several of them. This one actually ends up being two parts instead of just one. So when we come down here, she's going to warp in front of us no matter what we do. So we're going to turn down the camera to warp her as far away as possible, because that prevents her from warping right in front of us on the road and gives her a backup warp next to that log. The only thing we can do here is do our best to make sure Tifa stays in front of us at full speed. Really no general accepted route for this, so I just kind of weave back and forth and hope. Cloud slowing down's aight, but as long as Tifa's going full speed, that's all I'm really concerned about. Much like Remake, magic is extremely strong in Rebirth. There is a reason for it. It's stronger than it was in Remake because they added Genji Glove, which allows us to break damage limit, but that's not the only reason. It's just one of the main reasons.
Calling lightning.
That Thundera there is a little bit risky because sometimes you can end up not killing because those guys actually have a lot more HP than you'd think. Just trying to get to the end of the combat zone here with combat movement, which is the fastest, obviously. Well, not obviously, but that's how we do it. The times you won't see us doing combat movement is because we're just going to be dealing with the actual...
That's that.
There's actually going to be a cutscene at the end, so there's no point to moving quickly. It's like right here, we don't bother, we just kill these enemies ASAP. We have to ATB boost, because both these fights are linked. So I have enough ATB for both phases. ATB boost really isn't like a big ask, honestly. It's really only an issue in boss fights. Because sometimes it'll slow down your inputs just enough to make it so that the boss can slip away. Or hit you and kill you before you get your attack out. These couple fights here we don't have to deal with, theoretically. But like I said, since our combat movement's faster, I'm gonna get that too. Okay. The annoying part is those wind bullets don't really have like a name, so you have to see them charging them up. I did see the Velocitwings both start charging them up, so I tried to Serpentine, but a little bit of my rolling there was suboptimal, so I got caught. It's not a big time loss, time save either way. Just kind of an annoying little thing that can happen.
Come on back, okay?
If you're lucky, you see charge, or they just do nothing the whole fight. But yeah, a lot of this is optimizing movement, so that when we do have to move, we move as quickly as possible. Taking those enemy encounters, and then what we do is we change stances into Punisher over and over again, and then cancel it out with dodge roll. Previous game, the best way to do it was slash canceling, or I believe we also did it with Actually, maybe we did do
Gotta make a
Punisher
detour for a
cancels.
Shinra facility.
I can't really remember because there was only like one place you did it. And because of the targeting correction in that game, it was kind of hard to do it without it wasting a bunch of time. There is targeting correction in this game, and it is just as strong, but you can actually turn it off. And the game has a camera setting where it like rejiggers the camera when you're attacking enemies, so it'll constantly be spinning, kind of, to like look back at the enemies, which luckily can be turned off as well, so it makes movement a lot easier in Rebirth. Fortunately, with New Game Plus 2, we get to retain a lot of the map data. So the open world segments where they kind of expect you to run from point A to point B, C, D, and then, you know, F to get out of the area, etc., etc. We can actually just warp to those points instead of walk there. So I just go step on a cutscene trigger, then go step on a cutscene trigger, then go step on a cutscene trigger. So a lot of the segments will go a lot quicker. Got to use ATB boost here because we actually don't have enough gas to kill the Screamer. The Screamer is weak to fire, and we do have fire as shortcut, but it's just not strong enough. We'd have to Berserk to get it to kill. So it's just faster to ATB boost into Thundaga. The reason we use Thundaga, even though it's magnified, is it does enough damage. The main thing is that Tier 3 spells now cost 2 ATB per go, but their damage is 2.5 times faster than... 2.5 times faster? Higher than their Tier 2 counterparts. So Thundera to Thundaga is a 2.5 times damage multiplier. It's just a very general way to put it. It's not exactly like that. I think things are based on like base power, but that's the general way to think of it. And like I mentioned before, part of the reason why spells are so strong now is because of the Genji Glove. The Genji Glove is one of the endgame accessories that you can craft after crafting pretty much everything else. And that actually gives you damage break, which allows you to do 99,999 instead of 9,999. So the Tier 3 spells having such a major bump in damage at the cost of extra ATB actually ends up being very beneficial. Especially since we have a lot of abilities in this game that debuff the enemy's defenses or buff our offenses. So we can buff our magic and strength by 20%. We can use Berserk for individual characters. That gives them a 30% damage buff at the cost of taking 30% more. Cloud can alternatively add on Prime Berserk as well, and upgrade the Berserk into Prime Berserk to make it 50%. But with all of those factors added in, it means the Genji Glove is extremely potent on Cloud, to the point where that 2.5 damage stacks up pretty well and starts getting out of hand really quick. To the point where, like, in the previous game, we'd, like, break even on all our spell casts with MP Absorb. But now, because the damage break is so high, it's extremely easy to recover all our MP and more every time we cast a spell. There are some cases where we'll cast a Gauss spell, or a Tier 3, and we'll get 70 to 80 to 90 MP back, which, as you can tell, our MP bar is 91, so pretty much one spell can refill our entire bar, as long as we have enough to cast a spell in the first place. So it is a nice little thing. I kind of like the positioning here. I really don't want to take this fight if I can avoid it. These enemies are really annoying to kill. The main thing is Magnify actually has quite a few restrictions on it. And since I didn't take that fight, I'm not getting into it yet. I'll talk about it a little bit later when it's more important in the Lower Junon section. Alright, trying to glitch out my movement so I can climb up this as quickly as possible. Looks like I didn't do it right that time, unfortunately. Normally you should be climbing that before Tifa starts, but you have to do some like really jank movement. And then it also depends on where the enemies are placed, whether you can actually activate it or not. In normal, we can do that pretty consistently because Sephiroth is the one killing everything. He actually has all 4 elements magnified. So we use Sephi to kill all the enemies. But obviously he doesn't have Genji gloves, so Cloud's the better option. That's wrong. I was supposed to cast Thundaga there, but little brain fart. Luckily, it's more or less the same. The only thing is I'm going to lose a little bit of time to doing the cast spell animation twice. One of the things I didn't discuss is actually we have Swift Cast, which is one of the hardest to level materia in the game, but it has the highest value. It's a bit ridiculous. Honestly, for a casual player, you'll probably never even use full power Swift Cast. But when it is full power, it completely eliminates cast time. And even at base level, it halves cast time, making it incredibly potent. What are you doing? Okay, that was really weird.
You're done. Buzz off. Gotta say, that one felt pretty good.
So, that wasn't weird, actually. That was expected. It took me a second to realize what happened. So when you enter combat, if you're comparing Remake and Rebirth, there's a bit of a quirk between the two systems. When you enter combat in Remake, the shortcut menu will show up immediately as long as you're holding the shoulder button down. So you can actually hold the shoulder button down as you're going into combat and start mashing the button for the spell you want to cast. With Rebirth, there's a slight delay, so the shortcut menu doesn't show up until like maybe a frame or two after. So if you start mashing for an input, it'll buffer the normal face input. So in that case, I wanted to cast Thundera, but that's bound to circle, which is roll, dodge roll. So I just kept buffering dodge rolls because I expected to cast the spell, let go of the shortcut menu, because I needed to follow up with a normal attack, and then buffered a couple of rolls to get closer. So I delayed that fight just a little bit, but it's not that big of a deal. Just one of those silly things that you got to be careful of if you're going to speedrun Rebirth. Honestly, to the casual player, you'd probably never even notice it. But it is one of those weird little things. The only way you notice it is if you go into a fight with a plan and you're going to hit a button immediately. Heal up with Sephi here, because I am going to have to take a few hits on the boss. I could also take the bench here too, but benches I think are like 15 seconds or something for the animation to play out, so it's just not worth it. If I had to, I put Cure on Cloud. It would be faster that way.
It thinks we're out of materia.
Someone should counter now.
Be my guest.
Calling fire.
Oh wow, we got really good ATB on Seppi. Nice.
Done?
Pretty moment. Good thing I don't just fight with a sword.
You're in good hands.
Burn. Show them what we can do. It's all you.
Defense class. Try to mix it up a little. You need to vary your attacks.
That's probably too soon. Oh, nice. All right, optimal boss for once. It only took like a week.
I'm tight.
Such a puppy.
Don't like the looks of this. Yes, sir.
You might get the stagger here.
That was insane.
What are you?
Calling.
I hate when I do that. Good enough.
Didn't expect it to be all systems go.
You'd think it'd be running at reduced output.
Probably lose time on the next split since I had to skip again.
Pillagers don't
So that fight's pretty straightforward. The real
company really
rub is the end of that. You don't have to heal here, but you'll get healed in the end anyway.
The people in charge. While most reactors are under the jurisdiction of urban planning.
So the first phase, even though I have enough ATB to cast Firaga, and Firaga has enough keep value so that I wouldn't get interrupted by his stomps, I need to trigger Berserk. Berserk, like I mentioned before, is a massive buff-debuff offset. Cloud is the only one that can self-enable it. Even though we have the binding materia, we actually cannot Berserk our party members. We can only Berserk enemies. So Cloud is the only character that can naturally self-inflict it. And it's a massive balancing point for Cloud that gives him high damage for the risk of taking more damage. So you can actually do quite a bit of heavy lifting damage-wise with Cloud in every category, New Game Plus, because of that. It's basically what turns Genji Glove online 90% of the time and makes it go from doing like, 15, 20,000 damage to doing upwards of 40 to 50,000 damage per cast. If it wasn't for his innate berserking and then the prime berserk as well, we'd have a hard time like getting a huge amount of damage out of Genji Glaive. You could get around 20, 30, assuming you either have raised the stagger multiplier on the enemy or you have your character set up extremely perfectly. And you've used all of the buffs they have. The only other person that has a buff like that is, I believe Transcendence is similar, but we actually, like, it only, I think, buffs when it's at level 2, which takes a while to get up. Transcendence is actually legit good. The problem is Swiftcast just makes spells way better in general. And there's no charge time for it. And what I mean by that is spells don't have a charge time because of Swiftcast, versus, like, Transcendence, which actually takes a while to charge up and fully power up. Unlike things like Banishment or Purification that Yuffie has, that gets stronger based on ATB usage, or Barret, who gets stronger the more ATB you dump into a move. So you go all or nothing for a high damage move. Barret's kind of a weird case, honestly, where like his gimmick is pumping all his ATB into a single attack when his ATB building is just trash, is kind of laughable. They did do their best to tweak it in this mode. Barret has a lot more ATB building opportunities, but I'll talk about them when they come up. There's a couple of segments where you're forced to play as Barret and Red, so I will get a chance to yap about their abilities, thankfully. Honestly, I think the buffs to Barret make him a very viable character. Just not the best. It's unfortunate. They made him from, like, they brought him from unviable to viable, and that's about it. He needed a few more steps to go to, like, tippity top tier, or at the very least, like, mid-tier. Problem is, he has to compete with Cloud's, like, self-berserking, Aerith's ridiculous, like, magic buff wards, and Tifa's just ridiculously high and fast physical damage. Barret does what he, I think, is intended to, though, where he's a support unit. The reason I've kind of gone off the rails here and started yapping about any and everything is we got a lot of walking here and in Calm, so it's kind of a vibe segment, yap about stuff, whatever. Not really anything too important to talk about, just walk as forward as possible. I'm doing a little bit of a weird line here rather than walking straight, because a lot of these NPCs will push me back. And for those of you that may be watching the screen, I don't blame you if you're not, because this is pretty boring. Cloud is kind of hobbling forward, pretty slow. This is going to be about 10 minutes, same thing with Calm. So we spend like 15-ish, 20-ish minutes getting out of Chapter 1 and getting into the Calm Plains on Chapter 2. If this were on the PS4, I'd be looking at the ground to like minimize the lag, but I don't think the PS5 really lags here at all. If it does, nobody has told me about it. I was really all excited for the PS5 Pro to like buff loading times, like the jump from PS4 to PS5, and that just didn't happen, which kind of made me sad. Kind of glad though, considering it's like an $800 brick in that case. Hey look guys, it's slightly shinier. Yay. I was all ready to buy it too, and then they're like, price point, your firstborn, and possibly your secondborn's liver. Yeesh. Anyway, we're almost done with this, kind of. We're coming up to one of the more awkward segments of the game. These come up quite often. I'm not really sure how people on the PC feel about them, but there's actually these segments. We did one a bit earlier with the Valve. Luckily, that one you can buffer. The rest of these you cannot. The L2 and R2 need to be held in to do movement here. And the normal indication when you're playing on the console is there's actually force feedback to push the shoulder buttons back out. I have turned that off because I like having good wrists. Yeah, this is a bad mechanic, and the fact that it can be turned off is the only good thing about it. It's neat. It shouldn't have passed prototype phase, in my opinion. My biggest issue here is, like, this is bad on people's wrists. And then they use this gimmick for one of the mini-games to the point where, like, I haven't been able to beat the mini-game. Because you have to get, like, 51 crunches out of to actually win the minigame, which is ridiculous. The best I've gotten is like 53 times, and then I stopped caring at that point. But yeah, this bad idea. Do not put this in the PS6. Please cut this feature and move it to anything else. I'd rather go back to like 6-axis and have to do like tilt controls as a main method for something important.
Sorry, did I wake you?
Honestly, they have a lot of interesting stuff shoved into their controllers, and I think really what their initial thing should be is buttons on the back of the controller. And I don't mean that as like ones that are standardized, like it's actually a button. I think it should be a re-signable button. Those are just things that should be on controllers now, and they're adding all sorts of other like weird upgrades that don't actually add to the play experience. They're just super obnoxious gimmicks. Although this is more of a manufacturer thing, not a developer thing. I don't think it's a good feature. It just is hard on the wrists, and it ends up... There's a lot of people, you know, there's a lot of disability in gaming, and things like this don't help. That's the main reason I'm advocating against it. Alright. Not just out of petty spite.
Of course. This is only the most recent in a series of crises.
Good morning, sir. I must...
Alright. So we gotta do a couple of dialogues here. A lot of these are normally tutorial segments. This first spot here, they're trying to teach you that you can increase your party level by progressing the story. That will allow you to get new upgrades for the rest of your party. Here, they want you to talk to all your party members to start raising their affection level. Oops. I usually roll up the stairs there just to make that cutscene look weird, because I think it's funnier that way. They also want you to check out the bookstore here, which is where you actually apply those points to learn abilities for each individual character based on your party level. There are other ways to increase it, as well as leveling the character, but to get the max, you have to have max party level and max character level. And that will lead also max weapon level as well to get all the points you need.
Let me know if something piques your interest.
But it's nice because you actually have some raw stat ups and raw abilities attached to each character regardless of their weapon. So they kind of like stripped the weapons in half. Each weapon has like 10 abilities, and you can only assign 4 at a time at max level. It has the same 6 materia slots as the previous game. The armor gets kind of out of hand where you have 7 to 8, which is very interesting. But yeah, you have a lot more choice for abilities. There's a lot of stuff that you get access to off rip, so you don't have to worry about having the right weapon equipped. They're a little bit closer to glorified stat sticks this time. Previous game, there were some abilities on certain ones that we definitely wanted. Like the Iron Blade's Reprieve actually was super important for self-destruct shenanigans, which we won't be using in this game, because it's just self-destruct is not a strong enough single hit to justify going down and getting back up. And Reprieve is actually quite uncommon. It used to be everybody had like 2 Reprieve weapons out of the 6. This time, like, I think Aerith gets Reprieve in her Folio, and maybe Ketchi, and then like 2 other characters have it on their weapons. Or it might even be Aerith has it on her weapon, not even on her Folio, so it's very annoying. The Reprieve ability is very hard to come by. I guess the inclination is they want you to use the Angel Earrings, but the Angel Earrings are just awful. And I say that because it's just like, you're giving up an accessory slot for that. And even if you're not using the power accessories that we use for hard mode, like you're not using Genji Glove, you're not using, you know, Berserk, Fury Ring for Berserk, things like that, you still have the, like, the Elite Expeditionary Medal for 10%. Bonus on both magic and physical, which is really good. You have access to either Whistlewind Scarfs or the Hermes Shoes, which give auto haste, which I wouldn't say that either of those are top tier. Whistlewind gives you like a third of an ATB to start with, which is super nice for starting the fight off with a bang.
Annoy someone else. Stop wasting our time. they turn up yet? No, but we're still.
But yeah, there's plenty of good accessories. There's also the wristbands and the platinum earrings as well. And then you can level those up and forge them to get like additional MP and HP off of them, which is super nice. Because the MP up and HP up have been debuffed in this game. They only give 30% now, and they max out at 30%, so you only ever need to equip one of each. Or you only ever can equip one of each. So hitting 9,999 is only available for certain characters. And your HP tops out like mid-hundreds for pretty much everybody. Or low hundreds, depending on how hard you go on buffing it. So we're almost into the calm plains, which would be nice. We actually get some theoretical combat here. The main thing is going to be Mithril Zolom himself. As long as we don't reset too many times, I'll take resets on all these early bosses, because the big one is going to be Ginatok anyway.
Where to now?
I could have a gold run up to Ginatok, reset 3 times, and all that time lost is lost, so we just want to make it through Ginatok without having to reset, like, too many times. Ginatok's a real vicious jerk, but I'll try and belay my moaning until we're actually in the appropriate dungeon, but that boss is really hard. There's not a lot of good ways to deal with Ginatok that are both fast and consistent. You have to trade off some level of consistency, and the main issue is, like, a lot of the bosses, their opening combo is extremely important as to how we start up the fight, and a lot of them are very consistent, and Ginatok isn't. Ginatok has, like, 4 or 5 different openers that you have to react to, and some of them are unwinnable, or they will become unwinnable if you react too soon or too late. Luckily for the foreseeable future, in these early segments, we get a lot of freebies. As long as I don't do anything too goofy. So this is what I was talking about with map movement. We can just pop open the mini-map here, and then I can hit L1 to go to the important mission. You can also hit R1, but R1 will go to the first one available, which is the proper ranch that actually has, like, cows and stuff. So I want to use L1 because I want to do the most recent mission added. Okay, Billy, see you later, I guess. Sometimes models just don't load in this game, and it kind of can throw you off if you're not, like, aware. This one's also super weird. It says you can fast travel, but that's not fully true. You can only fast travel to the ranch, which, I mean, avoids me running out of the ranch. But the other thing I got to remember is warp to the mines, too, because that's another one. There's a lot of places where you can warp, and there's a few that I just flat out forget. Because I'm usually, like, coming off a high of actually finishing a boss that's kind of annoying.
Bingo.
So you can either play this safe or fast. The few times I did try to play it risky recently, the second Chocobo started being a jerk, so... Okay, what are you gonna do, buddy? Okay, I guess we're just gonna go this way, then. He did flick his wings early, which gave me a pretty decent inclination that he was going to stay there, but I wanted to make sure. That second bird can turn on a dime. Or I'll just have to, like, internalize, because as soon as the bird does movement, it won't move for a certain period of time. So if you just do the jet method like that, if you're heading straight to the bird, as long as it's done a movement, when you're within a certain distance, you're good to go. So luckily we don't have to follow Pico up. For some reason you do have to follow Pico in New Game, despite having this. I think it's because Chadley isn't available yet, but it's kind of hard to tell.
Hey, perfect timing. Pico's all prepped, but...
So we just gotta leave here. Ideally the bird doesn't get in Billy's way, which it did not today. Sometimes the bird just walks a little bit further out and Billy just runs straight into him because the NPC pathfinding, as funny as it is, can't tell that there's another NPC in the way. So he takes a while to get around the bird and you lose a little bit of time. There's not much you can do about it.
Here's where we get our birds in shape for the races. Okay.
So if you talk to Billy as the whistle sound is playing, you can actually... skip getting on Pico here. It's just super nice little time save. Also, you don't have to do this ever, regardless of which difficulty you're in. Alright, so we're going to warp over to the Titan Sanctuary here. It'll be a little bit quicker. And I can also summon the Chocobos while I'm loading in, so just do a little bit of both. Get down there. Do a little bit of brake sliding here. So what I mean by that is I'm trying to hit the brake as I'm running into the swamp. And the stopping animation takes priority over the swamp slowdown animation, so... Oh, that would have been so nice. If only I hadn't hit it at a weird angle. Bummer, dude. Okay.
Is that dry land I see?
Don't overdo it.
Let's go.
Okay, I don't think slip and slide hit, but whatevs.
Is it absorbing heat? Coming!
Everyone, keep your distance.
Don't catch a cold. I think this might be our chance.
Careful. This thing's already pissed off enough.
Not good at all.
Then let's end this asshole.
Help a girl out. Someone looks kinda shaky.
GG. That's wrong. What? Oh my gosh, I'm such a silly Billy. It's been so long since I've done that warp, I forgot how I was supposed to do it. Oops. Okay, so now I can actually explain kind of what happened there. So Migrazolum, much like Materia Keeper, is really not quick enough or hard enough to really justify bothering with Swift Cast. We do lose time over the course of the boss fight waiting for the cast to come out, but it times out fine that like we really don't lose enough time to justify like getting into Swift Cast. We're going to be using lightning a lot later, and it's very good for the early encounters, so we just opt to go for the thunder casts, or the lightning swift cast bonus. So, alright, we're going to skip this fight right here. I want to try and aim my character so I'm as close to the ladder as possible here. You can get really far out of the way there if you don't try and tweak Cloud's angle or stop running, one or the other. You have to be really thoughtless to get caught by that. But yeah, the big thing is that final phase. Phase 1, we get Faith on, which is a 20% magic buff. We're going to have Tifa doing that for the rest of the run. If Tifa's in the party, we're going to be Faithing with her pretty much unilaterally. The only time we won't Faith with her is when we're going to, like, we just are going to Sonic Boom with Cloud anyway. But yeah, that Faith buff, the 20% damage buff, is going to be magnified. Cloud Tifa Aerith is going to be a hard carry for any fight. We can choose our party where we're not like locked into a specific character out of our control. Cloud follows up with a counter because he bites at the beginning, much like Materia Guardian. And then I hold square out of that to immediately stab to give myself the temporary Berserk buff. I do need to re-proc it because the Berserk buff only lasts 10 seconds. So, you know, it's not that big of an issue. This is a very interesting one. That's wrong.
To the limit and beyond.
Just in case.
Huh? What am I doing?
Need a light. Never in tower.
I should have used Thunder there, but I don't think that's going to be an issue. Huh. Interesting choice. I lose some more time there because I used Firaga over Thunder because I had to wait for it to charge. And I like thought about it. I was like, should I reset? Okay, the ogres are going to go right here, then I'm fine. I can actually jump over some of the junk on the right side to avoid encounters with the ogre there, but there's no reason to really worry about it too much. One thing we also have is we have Materia MP Absorb actually attached to Lightning, so we get 0.03% as opposed to 0.01%. So right off the rip of this fight, I'm going to get all my damage back. It'll be fine.
If any of them are
I'm definitely going to have to cast some extra spells, though, in this fight, because I'm going to lose out on a little bit of damage at the start here. And by a little bit, about 10%, which is a lot when damage is uncapped, but it's fine.
Recuperate.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but that sounds a lot like a nice, long, all-expenses-paid vacation.
Okay.
Just like your best.
Come on.
These cutscene skips are killing me. They're killing me. Oops. Being a little bit greedy with my inputs here. So when you're moving materia, you can use both the D-pad and the thumbstick there. I was trying to double up my movement by using both at the same time. The downside is, however, you can end up getting some side inputs pretty easily with the thumbstick. Specifically because I flick it to get additional down inputs rather than hold. Because I find it easier if I, like, double thumb that way. I can be like, okay, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and I know it's like 4 movements or 6 movements. Rather than having to eyeball it and over extending. Because if I do slide past the one that I want and actually accidentally swap the wrong materials, I will almost always switch both of them back and then start from scratch. Because if materia gets a little bit goobered up and you don't immediately fix it in the menu, it may not have implications early on in the run, but it will have far-reaching implications. And by the time you get to the point where fire accidentally being on Barret matters, you won't realize. You'll go into the fight and not be able to complete it, and then you'll spend way more time trying to figure out what mistake you've made. So anyway, we do have some other interesting materia here that we're actually utilizing. We're using Strength and Magic Swap with Barret and Strength Up as well. You'd think we have Strength Up hard equipped on Tifa, but honestly, Cloud's damage breaking is really all we need. Tifa's going to be more or less there to start Omni Strike and True Strike spamming to buff the stagger potency on an enemy, so the Genji Glove does more. So her strength doesn't really matter at the moment. It will later on, though. But yeah, the Strength Up actually calculates before the Strength and MP swap, so it ends up becoming a Scuff Magic Up. Does push Barret up to about 400 magic, which is pretty impressive for him. He's usually sidling around 300 and 350 in terms of stats. Barret really struggles to get any, like, notably high stats, but it's pretty decent for him. Enough so that the Thundera on the Midgar Golem will be, or the, Golem will be fine. Want to be careful here that I don't move this cart too far forward. If I move it too far forward, when I flip this switch, it'll push the cart back. Ideally, you want to move it far enough forward, but it's fine. As long as you're, like, min-maxing a little bit. Probably could have got it to about here. But yeah, Barret, Red's HP being absolutely nuffed is on purpose. I don't know what that even means, but we actually equipped HP MP swap on him. We'll be leaving it on later, but for now we take it off to get him in critical in a very easy and fast way. The reason that this ends up saving time is because one of the best physical damaging moves in the game is Reaper's Touch, and its damage is based on your current HP versus your max. So using HP MP to kind of bug out his HP and drop it to 0 by de-equipping it versus the like 110 the game thought he had actually works very much in our favor and allows us to quickly set up Reaper's Touch in many scenarios. Unfortunately, you'll never see it in, like, VR combat, because the game, like, automatically refills your stats when you enter a VR fight. And, it also... all the VR fights will refill your HP in between phases. So setting up for Reaper's Touch is actually quite frustrating in the Coliseum fight, so it's only something you can do in normal gameplay, unfortunately. Or fortunately, depending on how you want to look at it. Reaper's Touch is really cool, but it's a really high risk, high reward, obviously. Because being in critical at all times, is even in normal, means you'd be at death's door. There is almost no attack that won't just one-shot you, even in new game easy at critical HP values. Luckily, however, when she uses Vengeance Swap, which we're actually not going to be setting up Vengeance here because we just don't need it. But if we do Vengeance Swap or Reaper's Touch, he's actually invincible during those animations. Reaper's Touch can get canceled by the enemy because it doesn't have high enough keep. But you are invincible during those, so you'll fail to die. But in those circumstances, missing a Reaper's Touch is usually tantamount to death anyway, because you're missing out on like 7,000 to 8,000 damage. So the snakes here can be skipped until after, which actually saves quite a bit of time. Even if he dies here, it's a minor inconvenience. It's super annoying, but whatever. The only time lost there was from swapping characters, because going into the tactical menu or swapping characters slows down the passage of time a bit. Excuse me.
Here goes. Stay down, asshole. Cal's on jail. Hit it with everything you've got. Damn, this sucker keeps on getting hell yeah. Try one. Looks like that hurt you. Gonna reduce your ass to rough. Want some more? Time to fry. Don't stop now. Gonna make your eyeballs pop.
Dude, you're making me so mad with this. Trying out a different route there, but it gets really annoying because Red does not really want to respond very well to your inputs, which kind of slows things up quite a bit. We used to start out thundering the head here, but it turns out we actually don't have to hard thunder the head. The reason we could do that, though, is we could Reaper's Touch and break the spine because we broke the head. Or not the spine, but the drill. The problem is, however, like, it takes an extra Thundera to do that. And we're going to cast 3 anyway, so we can hold off and use the Reaper's Touches on the later phases. Downside is, like, we have to try and get Red to actually do what we tell him instead of whatever he feels like doing. And the problem is the NPCs love rolling before doing actions every single time if you're not directly in control of them, so I'm beginning to think it actually loses time to do it this way because you spend more time trying to get Red to do his damn attacks rather than just going through it normally. Because every time I've done it so far, I've lost time. I might have to, like, practice it outside and, like, get some timing on it. Theoretically, it should go faster, and with the way that that fight went, it should have been faster. Oh yeah, I should probably do this.
So all of this
Switch our
is
party
Juno?
over.
Everything above us.
So our next big one is
Below is under
bottom
Juno.
swell. Don't do that.
Little more than an impoverished fishing village. Vegas. Shinra's always gotta have someone to stump on. It's their friggin'
So normally you should be jogging through here, but it's really easy to bonk on stuff like that. So I try to wait a little bit rather than fight an uphill battle. Decent enough. So, the next big fight is bottom swell here. We're gonna hard rip a Faith again. We're actually gonna do something very interesting at the start. I'm purposely gonna be... Oh, I didn't change Cloud spells over. I need to change that, actually. That's gonna cost me some time, too. Fire, Thundergut. There we go. So I am purposely gonna use Thundergut Magnify. Thundergut Magnify does have some restrictions, and one of the listed ones is that I face a damage or effectiveness penalty if I use that. I'm going to be using Thundiga Magnify and cutting the damage on purpose here. Because with Bottom Swell, we actually want to make sure both Somersault and Spellblade hits here so that we get enough damage. Luckily, Bottom Swell is going to attack off at the very beginning of the fight again, so we'll be fine.
There's a monster attacking the boat. This way.
Double check. I did change my party.
Hey, look out! Quickly, please.
Let's go. Excuse me? Okay.
Don't make the walk away.
Thundiga.
You're up. I got you. Giving it my all.
Okay, perfect. The timing on the Somersault can be different depending on how far back the Bottom Swell Dingus moves.
Just in case. With me.
Okay.
Now's our chance.
Stagger there loses some time, but sometimes it's unavoidable. I think what caused the stagger was I hit him a couple extra times in phase 1, which I shouldn't be doing. You're supposed to just Spellblade, Somersault, and then chill.
Find a doctor? There's no time. Somebody, help!
God, she's so.
Hey, Human? Yeah, sorry, man. I got the ads turned down as far as I can. The only other thing I can do is start streaming on YouTube, which I keep wanting to look into, but I keep forgetting to do it.
Ocean's real quiet today. Too quiet. Something's brewing. Can tell you that much. When an old Hey.
So a lot of these dialogues are pretty quick to get through. We just need to gap with the characters and then skip the cutscene. Luckily, Rebirth is very good about truncating the everything into cutscenes. So it's like a dialogue, then a cutscene skip, then a dialogue, then a cutscene skip if there's multiple. It's very nice in that way versus, like, Remake. There was a lot of places where we had to mash. Even if I didn't have affiliate, they'd still run ads on my channel. No matter, if you're going to stream on Twitch, they run ads on your channel, period. That's just how it is. There's nothing I can do about it, besides not stream on Twitch. Which, I mean, I really don't care one way or the other, honestly. The only reason I maintain streaming on Twitch is just because most of the people watch me on Twitch. So it's just simpler that way. Honestly, like, the ads are aggressive and offensive to me, the amount. And their monetization program is... It's a program, alright.
How long do you intend?
Anyway, so we're done with Bottom Swell. We can just get out of here. So yeah, we cleared up Bottom Swell here. We're going to be able to get through here pretty quickly. Anything that's like a 45 is nice there on Bottom Swell. It could be a bit lower, but I'm always happy when I see a 45XX. Though most runs are low 46s. Yeah, there's nothing I can really do about it. It just is what it is. Twitch has decided to go the route they're gonna go. Actually, let's bop, bop, bop. Why do I have a pop-up for this?
Come on, Cloud.
What? Sure. Actually, that's like one too many. We'll go down to 1. Yeah, speedruns tend to end up looking pretty fancy. My normal playstyle's pretty unga-bunga, though. When I'm playing casually, I take things a lot slower. And... maybe... I overthink stuff, but I don't check to make sure it does damage, so... I end up nerfing myself a lot more often. So these cutscenes pretty much can't be shortened outside of the dolphin minigame. That's our only time save here. Some of this is not too hard to replicate, to be honest. It starts getting a little bit more difficult later. If you tend to do things like, if you manually control the characters or play through tactical, rather than using shortcuts, it's pretty easy to replicate, honestly. Because of the time slowdown inside tactical menus. I think I mentioned it earlier, but there is an extra menu you get from clearing the game. There's one that reduces, like, the run time of the tactical menu, but it seems like instead of reducing, like, time slowdown, what it actually does is it reduces time slowdown, like, in the VR fights. So tactical moves at full speed, which is weird. I don't know why it only affects certain fights without saying that, but it wouldn't be the first time the game states it does something, but only does it in one way.
We cannot let Midgar win. Not on our own terms.
Any idea what that is?
The highway. Shinra's pride and joy. The fastest, most advanced airship in the fleet.
Screw the boat. Let's take that.
Unless you got a trained crew and piloting skills we don't know about.
So from here, we just gotta go through Junon, Lower Junon. We have a fight with Roche coming up, which, I think I'm gonna learn to do blindfolded as one of the donation incentives. Roche 1 and Roche 2. Nah, I don't really... I use, like, a PC monitor with a low refresh rate. Or high refresh rate, whatever. No, that's not right. A low input latency. I wouldn't say it's, like, a full HD setup in, like, 6K or 4K or any of that. I think it may even just max out at 1080. I really wasn't planning... I didn't really future-proof this when I was purchasing stuff. I have thought about upgrading my gameplay monitor, though, to, like, a 4K one that has a higher refresh rate. Thing is, I play most of my shit on console, so a higher refresh rate's not going to do anything for me.
It's a key military outpost with its own offshore reactor. A critical line of defense.
I'm going to go take a stretch break. So
when needed, it can transform into an armed fortress. Its strategic location, along with its air and seaports, make it second only to Midgar as the company's most vital city.
Huh. Neat. Any good restaurants? Sights to see?
Maybe? I don't know.
Right. You're not the touristy type.
Hey, just to be clear, you do realize we're not here on vacation, right?
Of course I do. Hey, look, what's that about?
Listen up. Midgar's 7th Infantry will return home with the President's commendation. Let's show him how a real drill team does it, and make our city proud.
Troopers, you're all off duty until the parade begins. But use this time wisely. Practice your technique.
Oh, barely enough time to break some ice up. I don't think... it depends. I don't expect to spend like 20,000 on it. Or 2,000.
All troopers.
More like in the hundreds.
Can be found here. Please.
So you'll notice that we can get real close to the girls there. That's a really good place to show that we can use environmental interactions to our advantage and save some time off of them. Normally, we want to avoid environmental movement, but if we're slow walking, actually jumping over environmental objects will save us a ton of time. So we'll do it as much as possible.
Is this a game to you? Concentrate.
I mean, if I was gonna upgrade anything, it would just be the one monitor, most likely. Because it's gonna work with my capture card. The only other thing is I'd have to upgrade my CPU, which means I'd have to upgrade my motherboard, which means I'd have to make sure everything worked with my motherboard. And then I have to reinstall everything for a CPU upgrade, and I don't care that much. Unless CPU prices have, like, and motherboards have, like, dumped out because of the GPU surge, which I doubt is the case. If I had to guess, a lot of people are going to get, like, onboard GPUs or something with CPUs to compensate.
That was lucky.
Couldn't tell you, though. But I don't even know if I care about being 4K, because a lot of games don't play well in 4K. They play like absolute trash, especially on consoles. Try and run something at 4K, you get 30 frames or less.
Yeah, look at this.
So we got to pick up all our troopers again, no matter what difficulty you're on. This just does not maintain throughout playthroughs for some silly reason.
Ooh, perfect. Whenever you're ready, sir.
Doesn't matter. To get that picture, to take that picture properly, you have to wait, so we just mash it out. Take the picture ASAP. So we got 3 troopers already out of 5 that we need minimum. We're gonna pick 5 that give us the worst march that will yield the lowest points. But the nice thing about that is it's also the shortest set of marches as well, which is what we're actually aiming for. That's 4. We gotta go pick up 1 more. So we do have to go out of our way to pick up an extra set of troops here, just to make sure that we get the least optimal, or the lowest point scoring march that's the quickest. So we end up having to go out of our way here, lose a little bit of time. But I mean, yeah, upgrading depends on like how much you decide to go in on it. For me, it's no more than a couple $100 at most. Buy maybe like a $300 monitor at best.
Midgard!
And on time. The parade is...
Alright, so it doesn't matter. We're just going to take our team here and get on out.
Left, face! First sequence, begin!
Is something wrong? I'm not sure they know what they're doing. Oh, that's going to cost them. That's unfortunate. The captain
Second
needs
sequence.
to rally his
Begin.
troops. Maybe they're still warming up. They're not in step.
Ugh. Plus the other thing too, if I like upgrade my stuff too much, to the point where like it's all these fancy bells and whistles, if I do ever choose to do an event or do one in person, there could end up being conflicts with streaming it or getting it set up properly at the event, and I can't be bothered with that extra bullshit in my life.
They did practice, right? Maybe they're still warming up. Oh, that's going to cost them.
Formation, change!
Do they seem a tad nervous? The captain needs to rally his troops. They're not
Final
in step.
sequence, begin!
I'm not sure they know what they're doing. That's unfortunate.
That's unfortunate.
Is something wrong?
Left, face! Formation, change!
Maybe
But yeah,
they're
I've never
still
been
warming up.
a very tech-oriented person, so those kind of things never really were something that struck me as anything I gave a crap about. So the one thing is, I do use the Edge controller, which has a reduced battery life.
Final sequence!
For whatever reason, they decided to put a bunch of bells and whistles in it, which is, like, neat. But they also decided to take out battery to fit in all these extra weird things, which is a bit of a downside.
Oh, that's going to cost them.
I've used other third-party controllers before too, but I've had issues with the quality.
Oh, that's going to cost them. They don't seem very coordinated. I'm not sure they know what they're doing.
Alright, that gets us out of here. So the next big fight is actually going to be Roche. I'm going to be practicing him either later today or off-stream later today, because I want to start learning Roche 1 and Roche 2 blindfolded. So that Roche 2 is the donation incentive, but Roche 1 is a slush incentive to get it met early.
Shit, I don't see Little Miss Ninja anywhere. Do you?
No, but you can't have gone far.
So we're almost done with this area. Now, the next area is... Oh, no, not for this. My donations are only for charity marathons.
Oh, yes.
So, we have ourselves
Focus here.
Only if you can honor him. No one comes for us. You can do not Hojo, not the Turks.
Do that.
You have my word.
Here goes.
Alright.
Gotcha.
So the next area here, we got to deal with a lot of enemies. So this is mainly why we were dead set on using Thunder. There's a lot of very bulky machine enemies here, and Lightning comes out the quickest, so we prefer to use that. Its weakness against humans, or lack of damage against human-type enemies, is a bit annoying, but not the end of the world. Gonna get over here, then we're gonna head on down. Next set of enemies should be pretty quick, too. It's gonna start getting harder after that. We got a couple of flame troopers and some shield troopers, and they're very bulky. So I'm gonna have to work very hard. That was very annoying, but it worked out just fine, fortunately. Yeah, we gotta group together these shield troopers, and even if we use Fyra or Thundera Mag, they're gonna be pretty resilient to this, so...
Let's be smart. No time to celebrate.
Just want to make sure I don't take too much damage so that I don't end up having the infantry throwing potions at me, which just wastes a bunch of time. Sometimes there's not much I can do about it. Into Wildfire Trooper A. That's super annoying, actually.
It's on now. Let's call it lightning.
I think I'm gonna have to make him back up a bit here.
Buzz off. Just no more playing. Not bad.
I take this room at a very specific pace here to make sure that I don't run out of juice. This next fight's gonna be a bit annoying. I might take enough damage for them to start spamming potions, and there's not much I can do about it. I just gotta hope I don't take too much damage.
Going in hot.
Oh, that's super annoying. Damn it! Exactly what I thought was gonna happen.
No holding back. Need a light. Nothing to it.
Luckily, that's the only fight where they can throw potions on me at this point. This next one, they're not going to be in the party, so I can avoid the potions. This is not going to work. Yeah, we're going to reset here. I know for a fact that won't work. I should have reset the moment I said it wouldn't work. This is unfortunate. We're going to lose like 15 seconds because this animation is so long. There we go.
Get ready. Burn.
It's unfortunate. Roche is a bit of an annoyance because of that. What I need to do is open with an attack and a Punisher stance, and then I need to immediately tactical into fire. And I was, like, really coping there for a minute, and I know for a fact that that wouldn't work. So I decided to reset like I should. So, like I said, see, it's about 15 seconds. It's very unfortunate. Because, like, Roche himself isn't that hard. It's just a matter of... if you don't hit those first couple of inputs, it's game over. The reason is you need to attack to get closer. You need to change into Punisher stance while doing so that I can Berserk Stab out of the fire. And then I need to fire immediately to prevent Roche from casting Reflect. And we're not going to bother with Breach. So we're dead set on preventing Reflect rather than removing it. It's not that I necessarily need it. The content's more or less going to stay the same. Like, I just do this for fun rather than, like, anything else. The only thing is sometimes I miss technical stuff, and I had it set to a lower bitrate. And when I pulled up my PBs in AverMedia? No, VLC. It would look a bit goofy, but I thought it was just VLC doing that, and I didn't realize until recently that the bitrate was also affecting the recording, and it wasn't just VLC doing weird stuff to the video. When you buffer with VLC, it gives some really weird visual glitches. That was throwing me off. But apparently not all of it was just VLC doing goofy stuff. But yeah, overall, or decent enough early game. Reset on Roche is unfortunately expected because, like, hitting the 3-button triangle there, as it were, is actually pretty difficult. Because sometimes the game will take the Punisher stance input over the attack, depending on which one you press slightly first. I need to just, like, hold the 2 buttons going in there and see if, it'll just be consistent. I don't know if you can buffer it or if you have to, you know, actually physically input it.
You're pretty good.
I am decent at the card game, but I don't like playing it. I actually have never cleared the, card game side quest. I think I got up to, like, level 7. You'll see it, like, all over the place. I haven't finished the card game. This save file is the one that's the closest to having it finished. For better or worse, though, like, the stuff that you get from it really doesn't affect the speedrun at all, so you don't have to worry about it. It only really affects a side storyline that seems like it'll continue in the next game. I actually had a casual player at, like, one of the GDQs kind of show me some of the stuff. But that's the fun part about these games, is being able to share them in different ways. I may be able to, like, crack the games back in half during a casual playthrough. So actually, I used to do New Game Easy as well. I'm not, like, the best runner New Game Easy. I'm, like, moderately acceptable. More or less, every game I run, I'm, like, middle of the road. I do definitely put in the time, I put in the effort, I put in the blood, sweat, and tears, but there's just a skill cap that can't be overcome in some... Hello? Huh. I didn't know you could get here before you could actually interact with a hammock. Neat. I'm too good? Question mark? Interesting. So this next fight we're going to have to do with Aerith and Red. We're going to be using Spellblade here. We used it a little bit. We used Void Slash earlier too. There's 2 different type of Synergy attacks, Synergy skills and Synergy abilities. The one that we used early on, the Double Helix, normally the game gives you enough to activate it. But the way you use abilities is through the tactical menu, as long as you have the ability unlocked and do a certain amount of A to B consuming moves prior to it. Usually about 3. Nice.
Ready? You ready?
Oh my gosh, this is super annoying. Okay, now you're just being annoying.
Nice. Bam. You're calling lightning. It's on you.
Sidewind.
Take over. Taking over.
Unfortunate. My damage there was really screwy. I'm not quite sure what happened, so I had to do a lot of really goofy stuff to get through that fight. We're gonna definitely lose time because of it. That fight can go a lot quicker.
Should be easy.
Trick here is I want to kill the Scrutinize and still be facing this soldier, or sailor, excuse me. I mean, I guess technically he's a soldier too, because he does work for Shinra, but I think. Nice. That was actually a really clean room. I got very good positioning on the enemies, and I got my inputs in real quick, so that's going to save a little bit of time. Genova's the big one, actually. It's not very easy to deal with.
Cloud, look. Leaping to the limit and beyond. Giving it my all.
I set that up in a particular way. I saw that one of the entities was going to physically attack me, so I just kind of waited and then cast Thundaga to try and get multiple hits with Thundaga Magnify. And fortunately, it worked out that he got hit by the one with fire, but jumped past it, so the fire one didn't get double hit. But it set up pretty well for me to be able to ATB boost, or to somersault immediately. These necrotic entities are way too tanky for Cloud to one-shot, so we're gonna mainly be just tagging everything with Thundaga Magnify and then following up with somersault to clean up the rest of the enemies and speed us through these fights. Luckily, these guys are weak enough that we can just Thundaga and be done with it. The thing is we're not using enemies' weaknesses right now, so our damage is kind of bad. But we're hyper set up for Thunder right now, so with a Thundaga Magnify, we have enough damage to get through most of these fights. But that's why we're having to use Thundaga Magnify. Okay, Thundaga. The main trick there is I'm trying to get the Hammer Throw guy to warp as soon as possible so that I can get my Thunder spell out and make sure it lands. We're gonna Cure Up Cloud here. Okay. Lightning. Down, down, up. Down, down. Then we want to go lead. Sonic Boom. I believe it's 5. Blizzica. Okay. Demag and fire up. Alright. Let's go. Tifa's not going to take too much damage. If we take more than 6,000 damage, this fight's long dead.
You ready for it? Okay.
Cloud will take a bit, though, usually. I keep doing that wrong.
You had your chance. Let's go. Keep it together. My turn.
With ya.
It's on you.
I got it.
Oh, this is bad.
Take him down.
Oh, we got so lucky there. I don't know if this will do enough damage, but I can make it work if it didn't. That's super annoying. Whatever. So the problem is that last power cleave hit Genova as she was exiting Stagger. So I missed out on like a 250% damage bonus there. So I ended up doing the right thing there. Normally power cleave is enough. I think my Berserk ran out before it hit the shoulder, because normally the shoulder will get one shot by Thundaga there. So I think my Prime Bravery dropped off, which means I lost out on like 50% damage, which is really rough. Either that or I got a really, 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 really low roll, which is also possible. There are plenty of places where you can like low roll or high roll, but they're not... Yeah, I realized I was locked onto the shoulder. I knew I was supposed to power cleave the head. I was just kind of locked onto it. Oh, is it? Okay, so there's actually a reason. Okay, I gotcha. I didn't even realize that, like, in that instance, the power cleave, like, hits the head or the arm or shoulder.
How I got my hands on it, though.
Because, like, what you're supposed to do is you're not supposed to stop in that scenario. You're supposed to let the head come down and then power cleave that, right? That's what you mean.
No girl. I was a nobody with nothing.
I'll try and be more careful about that. I just knew my damage was going to be low, so I was dead set on using stop immediately. That's basically where I was at. I was like, if this thunder doesn't kill, I'm casting stop. I don't care. Genova's one of those fights where, like... Yeah, the stop was unnecessary. I just didn't want to trip over myself. It was definitely unnecessary.
Hold down the fort till I get back.
Problem is, you don't really have enough... So here's one of the big changes in one of the more modern updates for Remake and Rebirth. They added a fast-forward feature for cutscenes, which does save a lot of time in boss fights, because each phase in between is more or less a cutscene. You'll see that I have, like, the shortcut menu open while I'm going into those cutscenes, and then the shortcut menu goes away, and then I start fast-forwarding. That's actually my visual cue to know that I'm in the cutscene and no longer in combat mode, so I can fast-forward. The upside of saving time is super nice, but the downside is you have a lot less time to take a breath and make the proper decision. So, if you make a mistake, your decision branch is much smaller window to react. So, like, in that case, stop was unnecessary, but since I'm not super good with recovery, I made a decision and stuck to it. Because one of the things that you can do, one of the worst things you can do in hard mode is you waffle back and forth on your decisions, because those will cause a gap where the enemy can just absolutely crush your skull. If you're waffling on your inputs, it's even worse than deciding to do the wrong thing and wasting time on it. Because ideally what happens is the head comes down after you hit the shoulder, you one-shot the head with power cleave, bingo, bango, bongo. Yeah, no, I'm just, like, giving... Because honestly, like, I imagine I might get some of that feedback. But it's definitely one of those, where it's not necessarily I'm trying to defend myself, but more so, like, giving more, granular commentary. Genova is one of those fights where I've learned the hard way. If you let that final phase move at all, she'll just one-shot your entire party. She does, a set of beams after, like, her first attack, and those beams are unblockable. So if you don't kill before the beams come out, you're dead. But you can go, you know what? I gotta try and remember that. That's actually cool. Stop and cyclone, or just cycloning. I'll try and do that, because I like the idea of using synergy abilities during a marathon run. I'm gonna try and get the camera in a very specific position here so I can run. Can you just not be annoying, game? There we go. So if you can run here a few times, you can get up onto the patio a little bit faster here. You can actually do it all the way to the patio, but you actually end up getting, you can get up here too quickly, and then the game will soft lock trying to load the next area. There's actually a few of those soft locks that we're very aware of. Casual players would never see them, so...
Only by inspiring others does he earn the title.
Okay. I wait for that dialogue line to finish specifically, earn his title. I usually start moving when he says earn. I think that's actually where it is, but if you really want to play it safe, do it after title. Assuming you actually go for faster movement. Oops. HP boost. Thundaga. Unfortunately, once again, the necrotic entities are a little bit tanky, so we're going to have to hit on the gas pedal a little bit harder than we probably need to. Right here, all we're trying to do is get subject retrieval going immediately. We're going to lose Aerith, unfortunately. But we want to make sure to not interrupt subject retrieval.
Purely structural, cellular to be precise. And a living sample is preferable. A pity you did not inherit more of your mother's physical characteristics. That woman was gorgeous right down to her jeans. You aren't the specimen I was seeking, but I'm sure the data you'll provide will be fascinating nonetheless. Let's do
this. Whatever.
Get ready.
And then there was one. Come along quietly now.
Okay, should be good. So this whole thing is setting up so that we activate Skill Master here on this phase, and we go in with full ATB and Prime. You can also use Plasma Discharge if you like. Both are pretty cool, but Prime mode is kind of like the one that we use the most. That 50% buff is nice. The only problem is, since you got to kind of wait around and avoid getting hit there, Prime mode is a bit of a higher risk, because you do need to activate Prime Berserk before going into this phase. Versus Plasma Discharge, where you don't need to worry about it as much.
I'd rather not kill you.
Decent beach. I'm a decent beach. Yeah, but Plasma Discharge is pretty cool there. Every time you build ATB, Plasma Discharge does an Electric Discharge, which is obviously Lightning Element. So it does do quite a bit to this glorified cutscene boss. We're most likely going to lose time to Custom Valk, because this is not an easy fight. I need to learn to lock onto Valk a lot sooner. Because the ending of Phase 1, I need to know exactly where Valk is. And if I let the game screw up the camera, it makes it really hard to gauge. So I've ended up throwing that fight a few times by not locking on sooner. I can actually open the minimap here pretty quick, but I need to be careful about not doing that. Because then the map marker for the next area won't load properly. There's a lot of places where you have to be careful with how fast you load the map. If you mash too hard, you can actually open it up before the game fully hits the story triggers. So, warp out. There we go. So this is a really weird one. We actually go into the story trigger and then re-warp to the map here. What that does is it'll warp them about halfway up the mountain and allow us to skip quite a bit of dialogue, which will allow us to get a little bit more optimal setup at the end of the mountain hiking trail here so that we can start the next area. I also need to make sure to swap my party out here for later. I use Cloud Aerith Red for movement when possible. Fortunately, we don't have to do a lot of enemy movement or combat movement, so I don't have to worry about it. Tifa would be used to be our choice in Remake, but they heavily nerfed her movement kit. So...
Not you too, Tifa.
Oh gosh. Okay, I really pushed my luck on that. If you start trying to climb up the mountain while the warning icon is still up, the game will turn you around and walk you very slowly down the rock. So I almost lost a lot of time there for like a second or less of time save. I don't really have a monitor that's a target. It's just a thought that I've had in the back of my mind. Most of these upgrades, like, they're things that I do for, like, my birthday or whatever. So, you know, when my folks or friends ask for, like, what do you want? I'd be like, you know, this is the thing I'd like to upgrade in my life. You know, not like a major problem, but hey, whatever.
Deal with that.
All right, so we're gonna use a hybrid of Cloud and Red's movement here. The reason is, some of these fights, Cloud won't warp up to Red properly, and he does some very funky movement. So a lot of the goals here are to just make sure that we, arrow, ATB boost, Sonic Boom, Sonic Boom. So we can use Triple Slash here, but there's no reason. Right now I'm using AOC. I don't really have any preference based on brand. It's legitimately just peer review. Things like that. He might be too close. I hope he's not. Okay, good. Cheap? I mean...
You still holding up okay?
I guess.
Yeah, feeling great, actually.
Mine's... I guess if you want to put it that way, you could call it cheap. I do it based on value, peer review, and, like, if it's meeting my requirements. The brand means absolutely nothing to me. If people are saying that it works, and there's no, like, issues with it breaking, then I don't care. If I had enough, like, things that said Temu brand whatever was decent, then I might give it a try. You know what I mean? I probably wouldn't, but because the Temu, like, reviews are bullshit. So they're about as reliable as a, you know,
keep it together.
A fly in a wind tunnel. Okay. So some of these fights we can warp the characters around by holding guard, and that'll warp them to the enemies as I switch to them. We do want to use that in some instances, but we don't want to use that everywhere. Luckily, Red will revive at the end of any of these fights, so it really doesn't matter if he's in critical or not. It's more or less the same difference. That's wrong, triple.
Here we go.
Okay, let's go. So Valk is a pretty difficult boss. We need to slip some Howling Smashes in and counter stances in a very particular way, or counter fires in a very particular way to get through this fight. So I'm gonna lock in and screw it up and then lock it again.
Keep it together.
I'll take care of them. And then it's your turn.
Taking over. Now.
Into Thundera. Yes.
You jittery?
Do it.
Should be fine here. Decent fight.
It's aiming at you.
Not for long it is. Come on, let's do this.
That is like the 16th boss I have split after missing the cutscene skip. Holy badgie. So the cutscene skip is pretty consistent, honestly. The main thing is I have the two buttons on the back of my controller. You can kind of see on the white segment here. I have square for attack on the left side, so it makes rolling with red a much easier. There's some other places where I do use it, but it's mainly just for combat movement. I have that more or less assigned for new game runs because there's a lot of combat movement where you do use red. Luckily in New Game Plus, we get to maintain almost all of our chocobos. So we get to use chocobo movement in a lot of those areas. And for the most part, we warp around the map and just say no to fights. So that movement isn't super important, but it is something that we keep.
That's it.
However, the other button is triangle. Actually, it's X, I'm lying. The reason that it's X, though, is so that I can skip cutscenes. The downside to this is if I hit the menu button, hold down, which will buffer the down input to the skip option, and then hit X, I can skip very quickly and efficiently. However, with the button being there, I can actually hit X a little bit faster than the down input can be buffered, so I can fail to skip the cutscene because of it. I would say it's theoretically more consistent to just use the face button for that skip. I feel like the skips are a little bit more laggy, I guess, or delayed in Rebirth than they are in Remake. But I think I had the same issue in Remake, so I might just be coping. The main thing is, like, they added a photo button in very early once they put Integrate out. So whenever you hit square while you're in the menu, it'll open a photo mode. So if you're not using a button on the back, you have to make sure to jump over square. Because before we used to just flick down and it would be fine. But now it'll activate photo mode, which is a no-go. Oh, but that was a very strong custom Valk fight. I'm extremely happy with that. I did hesitate a little bit there, but pretty decent overall. It's like borderline possible blindfolded, but because there's so many moving parts, it's really not consistently doable. There's a lot of fights that are like borderline possible blindfolded, but they're just not reliable enough. So the next segment here is with Yuffie, Barret, Red. Barret's going to be a cornerstone in the next two boss fights. So we're going to set him up for both Dyne and Gigatrice while we're at it. The downside is we're going to be putting Swift Cast on Barret instead of Yuffie, which is going to be a bit of an annoyance. but that's fine. None of them really have, like, overwhelming damage outside of Tifa. Tifa's Omni Strike, True Strike combo line is really going to come alive here. So normally what we do with Tifa is she's going to always start with Omni Strike because we actually have 2 Chi Charge abilities. It used to be that in Remake she only had 50 to 70% chance to start with Omni Strike. And honestly, Omni Strike was meh. It gave the stagger buff, but it really didn't build a lot of ATB, and it didn't really do a ton of damage, which has been kind of tweaked in this version. It doesn't do as much damage as True Strike, but it still gives the damage multiplier on stagger, and it also refunds a ton of ATB. So when you hit an enemy with Omni Strike that isn't staggered, it gets like a third of an ATB back. And if you Omni Strike an enemy that is staggered, you get about 2/3 of an ATB back. So Omni Strike is super powerful compared to OG Remake. However, because of that, we can very confidently and consistently True Strike into Omni Strike, and then Omni Strike into True Strike, so that we get massive damage bonuses off of just that short combo line, which turns staggers into a blitzkrieg phase of just murdering the boss. Cloud. Boost up. Okay, we go down, down. To fire, up, down, stagger, and swift cast. We don't change anything else here. Yep, we should be good. Boost, windstorm. There is an alternate way to do this fight. You can actually use Firaga. It's more or less the same. The thing is, I want to keep the MP, and Firaga opens you up to Zap Talon here, which will stun you and cancel Firaga, which means you'll have to reset the fight immediately. So I go with this route because I like it a little bit more. I'm very used to, like, using tactical 5th options in the... Hello? Well, that was kind of bad movement, but whatever. We call it the 5th option, or the 5th tactical. So things like Braver, Art of War, Unbridled Strength that are at the top, Soul Drain, are kind of our 5th options. That all we have to do is mash X to access those shortcut options. Hello? Okay, that was very awkward. Oh, it's because it put me too close to the conveyor, I see. So it thought I was trying to go up the conveyor. Alright, the cockatrices here are very annoying. I'm gonna try and go very wide here. Uh-oh. This is not good. I'm gonna have to do this, and then this, and then hopefully that'll put him close enough to the center that I can just snake by here. That's unfortunate. Their position was really, really rude. We'll also start using Quake here. We don't really use it a ton in the run, but it's a really cool... Quake inflicts Petrify, which is a really cool gimmick. If an enemy is weak to Petrify, you can one-shot it. Which means we can kill some enemies that are much harder to kill quickly. And some enemies that are weak to Petrify can still be hit with Petrify, but instead of doing a one-shot, it'll just do a bunch of damage once Petrify is activated. The way that Petrify works is it puts a bar on screen, and when that bar is filled, Petrify will activate, and it either instantly kills the enemy through stone, or it does a certain amount of damage to enemies. So Petrify is actually pretty powerful, but it doesn't really come up very often. Quake in general is just a really good move, honestly. It's one of the unique materia in the game. You only get 2 Petrify materia, and then you get a Poison and Petrify. We won't be using Poison and Petrify because we have no use for Poison, unfortunately. When we had Hazardous Material, it was pretty decent, because that would inflict Poison very quickly, and you could actually stack Poison twice for its double effectiveness. It would either tick faster or do more damage, but, like, double-layered Poison is actually pretty good. The problem is the Poison spell in this game straight up, like, takes 10 seconds to hit, so we just don't ever really use it. It's very unfortunate. And I'm not even being hyperbolic. It literally takes 10 seconds for Poison to actually land on an enemy, which is super frustrating. So we end up just not using it. We really only used it on a few... I think we just ended up using it on Hell House by the end of the game, in Remake. because Hell House had a bunch of invincibility phases, so the extra, like, several ticks of 100 damage during the invincibility was pretty nice. Helped top off the damage and kind of work things out in a very beneficial way. But if they sped up how fast, like, poison hit, because it's not even a charge time thing, the poison, like, visual effects, like, take 10 seconds. Okay, I think we want to go this way. Oh, that's super frustrating. No, I hate this one, man. Dude! Oh my... It's just being annoying to be annoying at this point. Well, that's a good way to lose a bunch of time. To Quake. Yeah, so Petrify kills right there. The bomb fight is actually really annoying. If the bomb rolls over and hits you with Flame Breath, that fight's free. But if not, you have to, like, do all that nonsense where you're rolling around like a dingus. Let's go. Oh, this is gonna be really rough.
That's right. Brought you down to our level. Oh, this is gonna burn. I'm counting on you.
I'm your one-stop sovereign shop.
Lock on this.
It's on now, Bird. Keep it up. Giving it in there.
Let's do this.
Yeah, we could have saved more time if the bomb wasn't so obnoxious and I hadn't managed to turn that swinging puzzle into a swinging death trap.
Okay.
That last swinging puzzle is super annoying. You can mash to make the thing move extra quick, but it also comes at the cost of making it extremely hard to actually kick the switch properly, which I decided to opt for this time. And the game decided to make my life really rough, so we're just gonna do the mash version from now on.
Keep it together.
Follow my lead.
So the next big fight is Dyne and Anurian Suppressor. So we got a little bit of time. Normally, these would be very, very long stretches between, like, actual combat. But fortunately, the New Game Plus... oops. That really wasn't my fault. But, the New Game Plus options, fortunately make it so that when we go through the Golden Saucer, we don't have to do any of the side quests. We can just immediately go to...
Switch the track here.
Oh, so... Petrify just does a set amount of damage when it procs. It's not like a one-shot. It just displays the effect like it's a one-shot or something. Okay.
Of course.
So enemies that can be petrified just take damage via Petrify activating then. Okay. Nah, that's a good thing to correct because that's technically correct. It just one-shots because it's the last thing that hits. I assumed since it had a special animation of the enemy, like, graying out and then falling apart, it activated a one-shot, but I guess it just does X amount of damage and then kills the enemy.
No.
This looks like the spot.
Like you were doing with the Iron Giant. Well, I mean, I guess it doesn't really kill the Iron Giant. Well, like, as in, if you petrified an enemy in the old game, they would just instantly die, right? That's kind of what I'm thinking. Not, like, Petrify does X amount of damage, and then it kills the enemy. Or, like, proccing death or something like that, instant death. Things like that, that's what I'm thinking when I mean one shot. So when it, like, hits its activation conditions, it activates a death mechanic. But I guess that's not the case. I am, misunderstanding. I'll take a stretch break here, so... so excited to throw this run at Bikini Talk again and lose all games. Well, that was just what my understanding of it was, and it's apparently not how that system functions. So I'm assuming the way Petrify works is once you do enough damage to trigger the Petrify status, it actually, like, just does damage to the enemy. Because if you fall under Petrify, you get stoned, and it has to be cured specifically by either Remedy or Softs. So I assumed something similar happened to the enemy. But I guess Petrify just does damage to the enemy and stones you. So it's like a one-sided effect. That's awesome. So normally this minigame would be super important in New Game categories. In New Game Plus, it's pretty much... It's cool, but in hard mode it does nothing. You can actually pick up X Potions, Turbo Ethers, or Elixirs in this area. I'd say it's about 45% for the X Potions and Turbo Ethers, but the Elixirs are about a 10% chance. The other two are 45%. The main thing is, like, you would want Elixirs or X Potions here to one-shot the G Natak, or the random G in the Cosmo Canyon area. Fortunately, well, not really fortunately. Unfortunately, we can't use items in hard mode, so... Okay. So, yeah. It does... Alright. It's just more of, like, a misunderstanding between how I'm stating it and how I, do it. Yeah, what I mean is, like, they're actually weak to stone, so they die to the stone status effect rather than just raw damage. That's what the implication is when I'm saying that. So not necessarily, like, a one-shot from, like, an instant death move, but it is a one-shot from the fact that, like, Petrify activates and they die to being petrified. Rather than, like, damage number go burr type of situation, right? I'll just stick to explaining it as damage, because it's just too convoluted the other way then. We apply Petrify here to get some extra damage once we actually activate Petrify.
Hey, guys?
Does that damage get applied to Sephiroth and Scarlet as well? Because those are the other places that we use Quake.
So...
I just want to make sure that we just use Quake because it's efficient for X or Y reasons rather than it inflicts Petrify. I've never really, like, paid attention. I'm pretty sure I don't ever see Petrify proccing on those two. When you use Quake on the endgame Sephiroth and in the Scarlet fight, I don't think they get, like, the Petrify status effect that, like, if we hit a certain amount of damage, they'll take damage from it. Let me rephrase that. We just use Quake because it's good, not for its status effect in those fights. Pretty much. Because I remember you mentioning somewhere we used to use Aurora on Scarlet, and we used to use Aurora on Genova, or Sephiroth. But now we just use Quakera instead. But that was, like, really old before I even started doing runs. We have to do the boxing minigame here every time. Luckily, we don't have to do the tutorial.
Well...
Did I just get... Alright, buddy, come on, one more! Oh! Triple punch, man, it's so rare.
Behold my rippling thews!
Oh, really?
Nicely done.
So the...
You were pretty nervous. Cloud's used to performing in front of crowds.
I'll have to look at that fight again. Because the one you showed me with the solo Cloud fight, you used Gorgon Shield to, like, activate Petrify. And it looked like he took a ton of damage from the Petrify, but I guess it was everything else you were doing. And it just looked like he took a lot of damage from Petrify activating.
Let's put it to a vote then.
What the hell is wrong with those guys?
It won't last.
What?
Mako, when it's gone, so's this.
Where'd that come from?
Paraphrasing you.
I'm not wrong, but I get your point. Live it up.
Petrify really wasn't like a status effect I fucked around with, so honestly, I don't really know how it... I don't really have any indication of how it works. Just kind of going off gut instinct. I have seen a lot of people, like, using it in certain instances. Fills up bar, enemy hits the shield. Oh, iframes, that's really all Gorgon's for, is just the free iframes? Okay. Oh, so it refunds ATB if Gorgon Shield gets hit. I see, yeah. So, like, the other effects is just free iframes, ATB build, done. That's the only reason you use it. That makes sense.
Fourth floor.
Oh, of course. Very well. Fourth floor it is.
ATB refunded. Okay. Oh, so Gorgon Shield's also one of those, like, really low ATB cost, really high ATB return. Kind of like Brumal Form and Mug. I've seen people spamming Mug in the Coliseum, or not the Coliseum, well, I guess technically, in the, like, solo fights and stuff. And I remember looking at it being like, what the fuck? Why would you spam Mug? But apparently it just refills so much ATB that you can just spam it over and over again. Which seems kind of wild, but I guess ATB moves usually end up doing more damage than regular attacks. So here we can select our date, because we're in a New Game Plus. Gives half an ATB bar back. Okay. Yeah, no. I know you're talking about Mug. I gotcha. I guess it makes a lot more sense, because it gives so much ATB back, similar to, like, Brumal Form. But if you use it on a Compass setup, you basically can spam it ad nauseum without really losing much. The Compass builds are super interesting. Honestly, I wish I could set up just, like, all of the solo fights. That would be so cool if I could do those all as dono incentives. Because they're all really quick, and you can do a lot of cool shit in those solo fights. That kind of, like, showcases the other half of the game. Because, like, the magic build is only one portion of the game. Yeah, it's great for, like, bossing and stuff, but the, like, actual combat mechanics when you, like, ban magic are really... They're not the best, but, man, they're pretty cool.
I'm sorry, sir, but only authorized personnel are allowed past here.
Plus, like, as long as you allow things like enemy skill, your combat can be pretty smooth, too. So once you add in, like, enemy skill, it gives you a lot of options, like Plasma Discharge. Gives you at least Faith and Bravery for some damage boosting. And it gives you some light elemental damage through Sonic Boom's wind attacks or Plasma Discharge's lightning attacks. Dude, I've actually tried using Flame Bolt Blade a few times in places, and I really have finally realized what you meant by it. Like, the animation's long as shit, and, like, those two elements are often in, like, opposition. So enemies, like, will take a decent amount of damage from Flame, and then the Thunder side does nothing, or vice versa. And it's like, seriously? We couldn't have just calculated both of these as the same element, and it just chooses which one's proper? It's like, oh yeah, it's either fire or lightning. Doesn't matter based on the animation. And then it just picks the one that the enemy's weak to. Like, it would have actually been usable if that were the case. Some of the combat skills in this game are so weird. They're so close, yet so far. So we're already done with Golden Saucer after all that yippity-yapping. And normally this would take a while too, but we don't have to do any of the grass farming. I've already done all the side quests here, so I can just immediately start the race. So it'll be a nice little time saver to do that. If only Yuffie's mug stuff activated regardless of successful steal or not.
This is the same Pico that nearly died in the desert. You should have seen him that first day, the poor boy.
I still find it wild that, like, Yuffie's blocking abilities just never really come up that much. The perfect guard, like ATB boost and stuff. It's just too slow.
I've seen my fair share of
at least in Easy or New Game Plus.
who didn't know their asses from a hole.
So the next big fight is actually going to be Dyne. Dyne can be a little bit obnoxious. So the one downside of First Strike is with some characters it does not guarantee a full ATB at the start of the fight. In most cases, this isn't much of an issue, because a lot of characters have a built-in, like, ATB building mechanic if they use an ability. So, like, ATB boost will actually proc Cloud's innate abilities that give him ATB back on performing a command.
Competing in the race today?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for giving me that. Yeah, for some reason, I just was under the impression that when Petrify procced, it either did damage or would petrify the enemy if certain conditions were met. I did not understand that it was just activate Petrify and that's it. So we're going to walk on to the carpet here. That will start the next thing, and then we're going to save load so we don't have to wait for all the dialogue to play out. That way we can instantly start the race here.
Good to go?
Want to try and get the camera in the right spot first there before I do anything else. I think I just have a tendency to, like, overthink how things would work. It would be nice if it did both. Actually did some damage as well. But knowing that pretty much nothing is immune to Petrify explains a lot more. So we're going to wait until they get going here. So it's just the Quake doing damage. Okay. Got it. Just misinterpreting the effects of certain things. Alright, so we gotta go fight Dyne here real quick. Barrett's not in the party yet, but he's still set up from the Yuffie segment, so should be able to get through here pretty quick. Barrett's damage is kind of trash, so we're gonna have to do a lot of setup here to get him going. Normally, we'd like to use Chocobo Cape here, probably, to make sure we have full ATB at the start. Barrett's, like, not too bad with First Strike. He often has one full ATB at the start of fights, but sometimes he doesn't. The big problem is when we ATB boost off at the beginning of the fights, some characters like Cloud will activate an effect that increases some ATB building. So even though you ATB boost with sub a full bar, you can end up getting both your bar filled and getting both ATB active at once. That's how we're able to get away with a lot of the shenanigans that we've been doing with Cloud. Unfortunately, Barrett doesn't have that that many options, so we gotta kind of make it work. Sometimes Dyne is a pain because of that. Ideally, you could just shoot at the start of the fight to get a more consistent ATB build, but if you delay the beginning of the Dyne fight, it can spiral very quickly, because Dyne has a lot of vicious attacks that can incapacitate you, specifically a paralyzing attack, which is fairly easy to dodge, theoretically. But if you're trying to do the fight at optimal speed, you're kind of in a position where you're probably not going to actually be able to dodge it because of the way that you're positioning yourself and doing attacks. But we're going to be using bonus round for some extra damage here, Turbulent Spirit for ATB building, as well as bonus round for ATB building, and then Sonic Boom. Hate you. Remember that thing I was just crying about? I managed to make it work anyhow. Holy Crajubus. We got real lucky, boys. We got real lucky.
set traps, and you got caught in one of them. I guess old habits die hard.
Oh, I fucked it up. I was supposed to fire before I overcharged. I'm so dumb. Great. Too bad ATV's back to back too. I'm such a big dum-dum.
Ain't it beautiful? Remember when we had that rat problem? You and me set traps, and you got caught in one of them. I guess old habits die hard. Get it together.
What am I doing? What the... Well, that's one way to lose time. I'm literally just out of it right now.
The best of friends together again. Ain't it beautiful?
Fire up. Full combo.
You and me set traps.
Fire up. Overcharge. Overcharge. Fire up.
Marlene, I can't remember.
There is no reason that this fight should have gone on this long. That was just absolutely ridiculous. Okay, we're just gonna go to none again. I'm very disappointed in myself for several things. I want to steal this, this, enemy skill, and then I want Swift Cast back. That is incorrect. Swift Cast for you, and then ATB Stagger for you. Ooh, I just completely brain farted there.
Get him! Okay! You're right?
Nice. Bam!
I am actually very embarrassed that I did that. You have to try to mess that fight up, and I literally did it every time. Oh, it's one full combo, fire, one full combo, fire. That's literally all it is. I just completely, like, zoned out there. Oh, gosh. That was embarrassing. Whew. Yeah, well, you know what? We're just getting our RNG in alignment so that my chakrams are 24/7 and I can kill Ginatok in one try.
We don't know a thing about you. Let's fix that.
There's not much to know. I'm a 9-to-5 nobody at a small Shinra subsidiary. Another paper-shuffling, copy-pasting forwarder of emails.
Another Shinra lapdog.
Lap cat.
My mistake.
But you lot are special. Properly special. Never met a specialer group of people in all my life. How could I not tag along?
How can I not tag along? Bullshit.
Come now, this is a road trip. We should be bonding, not fighting.
Barrett, promise me you won't take down Scarlet unless I'm there with you.
Alright, I promise. If you don't give up the ghost right here and now, that is.
I won't let some stupid guard get the better of me. Not before I punch that witch right in the mouth.
I have no excuse for what the heck just happened. That was...
Wait, we'll find somewhere to...
If I wasn't practicing for marathons, I'd be done.
Wait!
I'd go do something else and then come back. Oh, boy. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Thank you. Probably put some music on in a minute here. Actually, I am definitely going to do that.
Lucky food fortune. I mean, why mushrooms?
We're going to use some of the time here to try and get our buggy in the right spot. There's a very small area right here, and if you drive it... Ugh, that's awful. I needed to go a little bit more to the right there. If you drive it right, you can minimize the amount of time wasted trying to drive over that garbage.
We're almost there.
Forward, please. What a boneheaded way to row.
Maybe our lucky food will be on the menu.
Well, on the positive side, if I PB on this run, as long as I don't go into full brain drain mode, we can still get through this.
Our village is a quiet one, as you can tell. Let's keep it that way.
Okay.
Don't get a lot of visitors, what with the jungle. Can't even remember.
So I'm going to try and get ahead of Cisne here. If I do this movement right, I can get ahead of her and get up the, get to the monument before her, that's close enough. Okay. We will have to split up our parties here, so we will be doing that. Hello? Hello?
Whew. Finally. If you like quiet.
Oh, that's super annoying. I hate these guys. Sometimes NPCs spawn there, and it's very uncommon that they do. But when they do, it really messes up your movement, because they're in a super inconvenient spot.
Hey.
So, map warping back to town here actually saves quite a bit of time. The walk to Cisnes actually takes a bit, so it's quicker to warp back. There's a lot of very, what's the word I'm looking for here? Some very weird movement that would seem like it doesn't save much time, but it actually does. Counterintuitive, yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. A lot of the movement here is kind of seems counterintuitive, and you're like, there's no way that's faster. And it is. It just is. Being able to warp around the map saves a bit of time. Quite a bit of time throughout the course of the run. Damn near like an hour, hour and a half. This next dungeon can be a little bit annoying, so I'm not really sure what I'm going to get. I'm going to climb up here. With that, so we can snake up with Yuffie here. Alright. Cloud. We gotta go in here. Ice. Ice. Fire and ice. Fire. Elemental for mag. And let's go. Into... sure. Kind of. We're gonna get Kiriga and fire a Magnify ready for Cosmo Canyon later. The Cure won't be so helpful here. Fire can be useful in these fights. Ideally, we don't have to take any of these fights. There's pretty much nothing we want to actually fight before we get to the boss. There might be some fights we're forced to take, however, unfortunately. We're going to be going with the Kate Shi red party that it starts us with, or Ket Shi, Kate Sith, depending on how you want to pronounce it. I respect both. They're actually both cool and interesting names, in my opinion, both of them. But, yeah, we could be using Howling Smash and Bullet Bounce with Red and Barret, but its damage isn't super high. It does chain together pretty quickly, because you can actually cancel Bullet Bounce and Howling Smash into each other without finishing it, so they actually can be spammed very, very fast and efficiently. For better or worse, though, Power Cleave is still better. It builds ATB much quicker, does more damage. There's a lot of benefits to using Power Cleave. versus anything else. Beginning to think that it's probably just faster to do this.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that probably is faster, actually. Why was I going through that tube? I guess I thought it was the very edge of on the very edge of the water, so I couldn't get around it. All right, well,
we'll see.
But yeah, the only downside here is this is one of the few places where we actually can't use map movement to like speed things up. We have to huff it to the reactor both times. Luckily, the boys' trip is the only one that's this long. The girls' trip is much quicker. That is the only fight we have to take. Well, we don't have to take that fight because you gotta go out of your way for it, but it's the only one that's faster. Once again, like I said, we could be using Red's movement, but since that's the only fight we plan on taking, it's not worth changing the party up for that and then swapping it back on the boss fight. The next big thing is we have Specimen, which should go fairly quick. Scarlet, which is a pretty high APM fight, so that can go wrong pretty easily. Considering how sideways my brain went on Dyne, I wouldn't be surprised if I did something goofy. But ideally, it's just like I hit brain drain on the easy fights, and then when I get to the hard fights, I just fully lock in and, you know, execute like a champion. Okay, get the water again. Specimen should boil down to a couple of Blizzagas, pretty much cleaning out his whole HP pool. That's mainly because we can apply Faith to Cloud through Sonic Boom. We'll use a couple of Power Cleaves to get a little bit of extra damage in, but it's mainly going to be for ATB building. Fortunately, Specimen is weak to Berserk, so we can Berserk him as well. So Specimen will take an additional 30% damage. I'll get Faith for an extra 20. Then we're going to set up Prime Berserk for an additional 50, and we'll just be able to clip through all of his HP with 2 Blizzagas. The trick is just getting that set up and making sure he doesn't dodge them. That's going to be mega annoying.
It's on you. I got you.
Okay, that's not correct. That's what I wanted to do. Unfortunately, we lose some time there. We could have reset it, but there's a chance that the flower pod would have spawned next to the door and gotten in our way, so just gotta kind of deal with it.
There's only so much swimming a cat can take.
It's just they're nothing.
Okay. That's not right. Unfortunate. I was trying to get Barrett's Fire a Magnify there, but I accidentally cycled to Kate Sheehan Red instead. So that was a bit goofy. We're going to definitely lose time on this split because I'm playing a bit suboptimal. I guess that Dyne fight cut a little bit deeper than I wanted it to. Not this again. Okay. Alright. Never mind. That fight's not really that hard, but I haven't been able to skip that fight in like 6 runs. Though, I'm gonna lose that time anyway. It's both of those frog fights, so... Whoops. But yeah, you can reset that first frog fight, but there's a flower pod that won't move sometimes. And I could have probably tried to wait for the frog to move, but there's no guarantee that I would have been able to get around it. Your best chance is to just, like, hope it works. The main problem is Cloud doesn't have access to fire without going into his menu. So, ideally, Fire and Magnify cleans everything up, but Barrett's magic, like I said before, is kind of middling, so... At the best he can do is strongly suggest the enemy dies in a single hit, rather than, you know, having to do multiple. The main problem is the Flower Pod is always going to survive his Fire and Magnify. Ideally, we just power cleave it, but I was not doing my inputs properly, because I'm not used to having to take that fight yet. The only fight you should have to take here is the triple frogs in the water and Specimen itself. Let me out, please.
Drainage system activated. Evacuate flooded areas immediately.
Oh yeah, this is in the cutscene, that's right. Alright. So the next big fight is Specimen. We have a couple of enemies coming up before Specimen, so I'll probably top Cloud off just in case. Specimen can do a lot of damage, but not really enough to be worrisome. I could kind of heal with either character here, but it doesn't matter. The normal route would only have healing on Barrett, but I actually have added healing to Kate Shi for some of the Nibelheim fights, so I have a little bit more survivability in some of those, because I have to just tank a bunch of like counterattacks. So depending on how bad or good it goes, I may need to throw a healing out with Ketchi then. So we also have Synergy Lightning actually popping up. We'll be using that a bit towards the end of the game, but Synergy is just not as strong as it used to be for several different reasons. Okay.
Let's be smart. Your chance.
This is gonna be a 3-hit comp. No, it's not actually. Okay.
Let's make this easy.
Do it. Stay sharp.
Keep it up.
All right, we're gonna have to actually do this a little bit different, because I'm gonna run out of Prime Berserk before. That's fine. Whatevs. I'm gonna lose some time there, but that's fine. Get assist and swift cast. Alright, wrong. What? Sure. That works. So I gotta be careful here. Normally my inclination is to try and save some time, but you gotta be careful with this cutscene here. If you skip it too soon, the chocobos will spawn underground. Game will get confused and think you're on the chocobos. So, whenever you try to do anything, the game will assume you're on chocobos and you have to get off it first. Basically, this soft locks you so that the game won't allow you to progress in combat. And it also means I can't take the mushrooms here, so I'd have to walk to the Mako reactor here. And because I lost so much time to silly stuff, your inclination is to want to skip cutscenes as quickly as possible to try and skirt the edge and save some time. But that is not the way to do things here. This activating this soft lock, while unlockable, is a very huge time loss, because I have to walk all the way to the reactor here, get into this fight, reset, and then reload the auto load to get it to work right. Hello? That's incorrect. We're gonna go Era then. I don't know why I cast Thunder there, but whatever.
So what do we do now?
Now we climb.
Oh, it's probably because I'm thinking of Cloud. The problem is like some of your inputs get a little bit inverted. Cloud's magnifies are on his bottom two, circle square, while Aerith's are on her top two, so it's a bit awkward sometimes jumping between the two. Fight took a little bit longer than it needed to because of that, but whatever. Hello? Okay, good. There's normally 3 frogs in this room, and seeing 2 of them right there kind of had me a bit worried. Uh-oh. So the chords in this area can actually be glitched out and extended. Unfortunately, because of the way that they work in the game, even if you do like extend them by glitching out the length, the game won't allow you to plug them in. So as cool as that is, it doesn't actually save any time, which is super obnoxious. The game really is very heavily on forcing you through the flags. I think they saw what the Glitch Hunters did to Remake and they were not happy. So they went the extra 1,000 yards, you know, maybe even extra 1,000 miles to make sure the same could not be done to this game. It's a little bit frustrating, actually, but, I mean, I can't blame them. The thing is that a lot of these things, the breaks and stuff, are really just Glitch Hunter specific. Most of them are very annoying to do casually. and skip a significant amount of content to the point where I don't think anybody really be activating them casually. But yeah, we have to move this to progress here. Because like I said, we could glitch out this cord to make it breach, but the game wouldn't actually allow us to plug it in, so we have to take the zip lines, unfortunately. Next fight is Scarlet. Scarlet's a real tough nut. The first phase is the only thing weak to magic, so I need to min-max my magic damage so that I can set up for high physical damage in the final phase of the fight.
I'll show you what you'll be blown away. Maybe this will be the test. Watch out for high winds. Tagging out.
Nice. Clean movement. Got about halfway across the room. Alright. So we do have enough extra MP to clear up these fights. Ideally, we don't want to, but it does happen that way sometimes. Don't touch me. Thank you. Luckily, we have enough MP to get through Scarlet, because I believe we have Lightning MP Absorb. And if not, we Spellbound Blast is a team-up attack that actually siphons MP off of the team-up partner. So we can refill Aerith's MP in a lot of these fights and basically use other characters' MP pools as a pseudo for hers. What's HP? That might be a little bit low, but I think we're fine. The problem is the only one that has heal right now is Tifa, so I'm going to lose time healing her.
This should make you strong.
When will you learn some manners?
Okay.
Someone need a rest? How about you show us? I'll show you what I can do. Nice knowing you. Let me out. Why don't you?
What is going on here?
Here I come.
That's going to be super annoying.
Together, I'm in.
That's wrong. Thundera, Thundera, Thundera.
Come on, team.
Okay, whatever. It worked out. Not the way I wanted it to, but it worked out. I accidentally staggered with Yuffie there, which kind of messed things up. Aerith is supposed to get all the ATB from the stagger.
Seriously?
Trying to keep the characters grouped together here so that Scarlet doesn't disappear when I try to somersault her. Because she'll usually hold still for the first 2 star showers, but after the first one, she can start changing targets. So I throw out the Art of War with Tifa there, or Yuffie, to, like, make sure that she holds still. And then I force warp Aerith back over by holding the guard button when I start the fight. Okay, we're good.
Tifa.
Tifa. Tifa. Tifa. Sorry, couldn't help myself. 6 stretch here.
Tifa, over here.
Oh. Alright, this could be a pretty dang delicious run had I not dined myself in hell. That dying fight. I don't think I've had such... I think the last time I had an embarrassingly bad dying like that was straight up New Game. I don't think I've ever managed to do that twice in hard. I have actually... why did... Oh, wait. Yeah, that's my fault. I was thinking the cutscene skip was L2, R2, because this cutscene right here, you have to hold L2, R2 to progress the game. Oops. I was too busy thinking about being bad just so I could be worse. Oopsie. This is another break you could take if you were like at an event with you know, another person. Let somebody else handle the L2, R2 inputs here and just kind of go take a bathroom break. Which might happen depending on if, like, my stomach or something gets really upset. That's going to be the goal here, would be to use the restroom real quick here. There's a few places where you can fit in a number 2 if you're dedicated to your cause. This is probably one of them if you can get somebody else to do the inputs. The other big one would come at the end of Nibelheim. There's actually a very long flying segment with Sid that actually takes a long time to finish up, so...
Live stream?
Yeah, the next fight is an absolute nightmare. Our next boss is Ginatok. Ginatok is BS. It's kind of okay and easy, and that's about where it stops being fun. Ginatok is very, it's not weak to any elements. Healing is pretty much the only thing he takes damage from. And, you know, healing spells are not... You can't use MP Absorb to siphon your MP back. You actually can't use healing items to damage him. You have to use cure spells. Because he's actually resistant to fixed damage, which potions would be considered fixed damage. So, even though we have X potions and elixirs and stuff for the actual Gi in the cave, the Lancers, the Archers, the Summoners, the actual Gi fight itself is not quite that simple. So we need to balance in a very... Honestly, the fight's really unhinged. The way we go about it is super high risk because there's no other option. We're going to be sticking with the Reaper's Touch shenanigans, but this time we're going to leave HP MP up on. So our HP is going to be super nerfed either way. Even if we took HP MP off, we'd still only have 100 hit points. We'd die to literally anything. The only way to increase survivability in that fight would straight up to be have an elemental that isn't maxed out, that's level 1 or level 2. Level 2 specifically. So that we could actually be immune to the fire spells from the ghosts. But that would really only be important for the ghost phase. Because the big problem is the early part of Gi has like 4 different combos. And depending on which one, you need to defend against it in a specific way. And if you only get the 2-hit combo, the fight is going to be absolutely awful, so you should probably just reset. There's a lot of moving parts at the very beginning of the fight that dictate how you have to take the rest of Gi. I can do the backup strats, so as long as I can make it through the first couple of counters and I can avoid Red dying until later in the fight, or altogether, I should be fine. However... a lot of runs have died to Gi recently. With how bad I played Dyne, I'm not really going to sweat it too much. Ideally, I'd have a lot more leeway, but I'm not really too worried about it. We'll give Gi like a full reset, or about 4 or 5 resets at the start. PB-wise, at that point, I'll probably just kill splits, because they're just going to drive me up a wall otherwise. Or we'll keep up with the no comparison. Another one of these hold L2 R2 moments, which is a bit annoying, but it is what it is. So got a couple of cutscenes here we gotta skip. So I'm actually gonna hold the controller in a really awkward way so that I can get ready to buffer the cutscene skip as soon as possible. I had to hold forward with one of my thumbs, but also hold down on the D-pad with my index finger. It's super inconvenient and not very comfy, but luckily I don't have to do it very often, so I do it the few times I need to. So we need to exit the house here to actually get fast travel unlocked. And then I could just mash R2 to change my fast travel location to the airstrip. This is actually godly, because normally having to move here, to ride over here on the Chocobo is a nightmare. The Gongaga landscape is really tight and winding in some places, and as you may have noticed earlier in Junon, it is really hard to get good movement on the Chocobo in tight areas. It's very easy to trip over stuff and get kind of like pseudo-stun locked.
Send up smoke, serious?
Luckily we have like 1,000,000 gil here, so it's whatever. When I was doing grinding, I always make sure to grind some extra time materia to sell to make some extra cash. The cash, initially, you would think would be important, because we actually do get Gil Toss in this game. Or, it's a coin throw or something like that. The Gil Toss is ass compared to its OG counterpart. The more money you throw at it only increases the number of money thrown, not like as a damage multiplier. So throwing a bunch of Gil actually just does a bunch of weak attacks multiple times, up to 10. It's not really that good. It's cute, but that's about it. Even with Berserk and Bravery, it's not strong enough because its base damage is so low. So it just kind of ends up being a non-starter. Like, the other materia, like Jump as well, kind of gets stuck in the same position as well. It's 2 ATB. It's not really high enough damage multiplier. Your basic skills are just better than Jump. The only thing you can really do with Jump is use HP Absorb with it, really. And, you know, if it were Aerial Drain, then it wouldn't be an issue. Okay. Wanted to switch up my party here. Oops. So actually, that cushion makes me want to talk about something. The benches in this game normally will only recover HP in hard mode. When you are playing in hard mode, however, there is one item that you can use. Good. Okay, that means I changed things properly. When you are in hard mode, you can use one item, and that is the cushion. The cushion can be used on world benches that you can fast travel to, where it's like the chocobo stops and stuff. The thing is those cushions will actually make it so you recover MP as well at those benches. So if you're actually planning on playing through hard mode, you don't actually need to restrict your MP usage and or like over-optimize MP Absorb. As long as you have enough MP to get through a fight, you can go to one of those benches and use a cushion to refill if you really want, fortunately. So in terms of a speed run, there's no position where we're actually in the world map long enough that it would make sense to use 15 seconds on the bench to recover our MP. We're better off spending that swapping the MP Absorb around so that we can just keep topped off. The main reason is Aerith and Cloud both have a 10% damage bonus at max MP. Especially with Cloud, it's super important because he has the Genji glove, so he breaks damage limit. So we don't lose that 10% anywhere. It's just free damage. So keeping him at 10 at max MP is very often super important for min-maxing our damage. The only thing that's weird, actually, is the crit rate in the game isn't super high for certain characters. So Luck Up just really doesn't end up becoming a thing. But turns out 10% bonus damage when you're like throwing around 20 to 30,000 can really screw up damage calculation. So there are some cases where, like, theoretically we could go for crits, but it would make stats or fights very unwieldy, so we avoid it pretty much when possible.
These are the friends I was talking about.
But yeah, we can change the outfits now that we've already done the beach segment, but it's about 40 seconds a pop to change 3 outfits for Cloud, Aerith, and Tifa. So even if we do lose some time. So in a regular run, we wouldn't do it. In a marathon run, we would, though. The question is, how many times would we do it? Because there are places where they put changing booths. I just need to figure out where all they are that are not too far off the beaten path. Need to make it all the way to the top floor here and head back down to this floor right here. It's very similar to Aerith's house in Remake. If I don't go far enough onto that carpet, though, the cutscene won't trigger, so I use the carpet as a visual cue to make sure that I get close enough. Okay, that's nice. We do need to toggle some stuff out to get Red up to snuff. We're going to make a few tweaks on Barrett as well, so he has ATB assist. We're going to be moving HP MP swap up a slot, because we're going to leave it on Red for the rest of the game now. The only downside to doing this is even though we swap HP MP swap back to his materia, it's de-equipped for a second, so the game will nuke my MP. I do that specifically, though, not because I want my MP nuked, but just more so that he doesn't have cure spells, so I don't really care. And his magic, you have to do way too much to make his magic viable. So we really don't go that route and we stick with the Reaper's Touch. But unfortunately, it just makes the fight a little bit harder because we're very vulnerable. And even if I didn't go with the Reaper's Touch route and I was using HP MP swap to min-max so that he could cast Curaga until I'm, like, about ready to lose my mind, I would still be extremely vulnerable to getting one shot, so it's a lose-lose proposition. You're going to be in the same scenario. So you may notice that Barrett's the leader now. I actually changed to my second party, which I only use for this area. This party order will be a little bit easier for me to set up the menuing for the pre-Cosmo Canyon area. I also can use this party post-Gina Talk to clear up some of the fights after, which would be kind of nice. I don't need to use this party, though. normally we go Aurora with Aerith and then Fyra with Barrett. Because we're actually going to carry the stuff over. Well, yeah, I'm saying, like, if we were using Reaper's Touch early game, and then we switched over to do Curaga spam here, because we'd have to over-optimize his magic, you'd probably just leave HP-MP swap on, so you could get free limits off the first attack. Because it does a lot of damage. But yeah, you don't necessarily need HP-MP swap with Curaga spam. Between the two of them, they'd have enough MP to make it the whole distance. The problem is like, in general, like, Reaper's Touch is just better. Especially here, because we can get Vengeance pretty reliably. And Vengeance will add an additional hit to Reaper's Touch, making it do a lot more damage than Curaga. Because Curaga can only do, obviously, the max damage without Genji Glove. Meanwhile, Reaper's Touch damage is spread over 3 hits. 2 if you don't have Vengeance. But that last hit's like another 3,000 or 4,000, so... Reaper's Touch is just really good. The only reason we don't bother with Reaper's Touch Vengeance hits is it's not needed for the Mithril Golem. Plus, Mithril Golem's resistant to physical anyway, so the additional hits don't do as much as you'd like. But yeah, this fight is you know, threading the needle, very much so. It is not simple in any way. So a lot of these dialogue options do determine what your affection level with the characters is. And that will allow you to take them on dates in the Gold Saucer round 1, round 2. The other big thing is it also will determine who you get for your date naturally. Fortunately, however, I've already like manipulated my affection here, so I get them for I can choose whoever I want for dates. I'll make sure to start the dialogue here. Down, A speed up, and then it's enemy skill, oof, and then skill master, I believe. Yes. Then we want to go lightning to wind, and assist for ice. Gonna save load here to end Bugenhagen's dialogue, since we were menuing anyway. The one important thing here, though, is I want to swap my party back, because this next party has Barrett as the leader, so I can take Cloud out of the party. That's mainly because he has Fire or Magnify, which is pretty good for dealing with a Gi. But if he runs out of MP during the Gi Natak fight, I'll actually just use Somersault with Tifa instead. Which is a bit more annoying, but it works. The main thing in Gi Natak is just maintaining enough ATB so that we can continually loop damage. Because Gi Natak is one bulky boy. I suspect that Gi Natak was balanced for 3 characters, and then they decided to make Barrett and Red the characters for the dungeon here. And they didn't rebalance Gi Natak. That's my suspicion. I could be wrong. But I have a feeling that's probably correct. Because initially this was not supposed to be a Red Barrett dungeon. And they liked it so much in the Mithril Mine, apparently they changed it to this. But obviously, like, that's just a assumption on my part. But yeah, the run's gonna live or die here, honestly. Gi Natak is a very annoying jerk. If I do end up dropping the ball here, I'll probably go take a break and then come back and take another crack at it. Or I'll also start working on practicing blindfolded Roche 1 and 2. We're going to start adding those into runs once I get a chance to sit down and practice those specifically. I need to also finish up my 3rd save file so I have one that can easily do the VR missions. Shouldn't take too long, though. The annoying part will be grinding materia, but once I clear hard mode real quick, I can very easily grind everything out.
With honor, she faced the enemy and laid down her life to save us. My father, though...
Actually, I'm probably just gonna have to sacrifice the 2nd file, honestly.
You still haven't forgiven.
Because it's gonna take too long to set up the 3rd file. The only downside is I won't have the limit building abilities, but I don't think I'll be using limits anyway in the VR fights. And it's not like I need Gotterdammerung. That's whatever. Okay, we're on the right party. We're good to go. So a lot of this dungeon is going to be self-destructing with Barret, or Red, or using Reaper's Touch, and then following up with Fire and Magnify from Barret.
You gonna watch my back?
Luckily, Barret's on Fire MP Absorb, so we'll be able to get through here pretty quickly. Downside is we can't do MP Absorb on Kuriga, so we're going to need to basically just make it work.
Hell yeah! We got this covered.
So we got to be careful with the movement here. I want to hug up to this left or right wall here, because there's a lot of junk on it, so I can get some hops off of it while we're doing all this long dialogue.
Such walls should be well within your power to climb.
Okay.
This place is giving me the creeps.
Your discomfort is only natural. Of fears.
Fortunately, a lot of these fights are pretty straightforward. Really, the big issue here is there's some fights we'd like to skip, but we don't always get to. The big thing is we gotta carry these silly statues throughout most of the dungeon, so it makes combat, ignition and escape very annoying. To the point where we kind of get stuck, where we're just waiting for combat to end. It's very unfortunate. Because if it wasn't for the statues here, we could actually save a bit of time on some of these fights. But because we need to... That's so annoying. But because we need to place the statues in this first area, we really can't min-max our movement, unfortunately, everywhere. Fortunately enough, however, Barret has Barrier, and he also has Regen, so his HP will kind of fluctuate a bit throughout the dungeon, but it should be able to stay pretty much on top. So we got a couple of enemies we got to go through here. Then we're going to head on over. This is going to be the first Gi fight. I'm actually going to be setting up with a self-destruct here to get Red into critical, so I can take advantage of Reaper's Touch, and then fire from Barret to get things going. Self-destruct. Luckily, fire spells and just spells in general can travel through environmental objects now, so I don't need to worry about that too much. It's a very welcome change. Unfortunately, there was a lot of changes that were switched to a different thing that end up being very negatively impactful in the game. For the most part, though, they definitely did address... Ooh, maybe? Maybe? Ooh, that's not common. That snake fight isn't particularly slow, but I have to stay still so I can pick the statue up right after. Trying to get this statue as close to the pillar as possible, but I honestly am starting to think it loses time trying to do that. My mind thought, or my process is thinking, okay, well, it takes me less time to grab it, but it also feels like it takes longer to drop it as well. So the reason we used self-destruct in the previous fight is so we have Reaper's Touch online here. The issue is Barret's not going to be with us for this fight, and we got a Gi Lancer coming up who's pretty tanky. Normally we just X-Potion our way through this, but because our items are locked, we can't do that. So I'm actually going to ATB boost right off Rip, and then Reaper's Touch him twice. Unfortunately, he uses Animus in between, and it's got a pretty wide AoE, and since I'm at 1 HP, I will just die to something like that. I could Reaper's Touch into it, but I won't take damage because of Reaper Touch's mechanics, but it will cancel Reaper's Touch, so that's not so good. I play this fight very safe, because there's been a lot of runs where I've died multiple times to this Lancer. The main problem is you can't just run into the fight with the Lancer again. That fight only triggers if you're carrying the statue. So you can only trigger the fight easily if you somehow manage to, like, drop the statue very close to the combat zone, and it automatically starts at the moment you pick it up, but it's just going to end up being slower every single time. Hello? Okay. Whatever you say, game. So we're going to head down the side here and jump over these braziers and the shield. It's another one of these cases where we're going to get some world, you know, environmental movement to save some time here.
Were the key to seize control of it.
Okay, and that's about all we can do. There is a box coming up that actually has 2 Giga Potions, which was something we factored into the route. It's about a free 3,000 damage on the Lancers here. But unfortunately, our items are locked, so we can't do it that way. One of the things they do need to be careful about is Barrett doesn't have MP up. So I'm actually going to bother casting Fire Magnify for the last set of E. And downgrade the damage a little bit so that I can get more ATB MP back. Because it'll cost less to cast Fire Magnify, and that'll allow me to go into G with full MP. You can do Gina Talk with like around 69, 68 MP. Barrett's max is 73 without MP up. So ideally what I'm looking for is I want to go into the fight with 73, so I have some extra MP. Just in case, I can throw out a Cura.
I got this one, guys.
So we could break boxes for MP recovery, but those aren't as common as you would think they are. And honestly, a lot of them just aren't worth it when you have MP absorb. Gonna leave the camera in this funky spot, because it's gonna make me look at the gate anyway, once I get done pulling this lever. So.
Together! I can't take my hand.
We're gonna lose a little bit of MP here, but that's fine. We have a couple more fights before it's an issue. Barrett, however, does not have access to any sort of MP or damage bonus based on max MP, so we're not worried about it here. He also does have Fury Ring on, so he does have that 30% Berserk bonus. A lot of this is really tightly knit, and we gotta be very careful with how we do things, or else we can end up in a very bad spot. We want to always take this fight anyway. Okay, that's kind of annoying, but not really an issue, actually. It's a very awkward one, but it shouldn't really affect things. The last time I got Cure, which was even worse than this. Okay.
We beat them.
Oh, that's right. Self-destruct. Nice.
They have yet to truly
Yeah, so I take that fight for some free extra speedy movement, as well as topping off Barrett's MP. I could also Fire in that fight as well, and not use Fire in the previous one, and that'll generally get me between 69 to 71 MP. But I tend to gear down a little bit more just to make sure I have a little bit extra so I can throw a Cure if I absolutely have to in Gina Talk. This HP value is honestly, if I lose more than 5,000 HP on Barrett, the run's over anyway. I'm gonna be dead no matter what. Honestly, if you take any more than like 3,500 on Barrett, you're kind of boned anyhow. The biggest thing is like him hitting you with Drain, or even worse, MP Siphon, then you're in a really bad spot. Alright, so we don't have any more fights, just Gina Talk, the run killer himself. So let's see what happens. Hopefully we get through this in one shot.
Sounds like crying.
As with good and evil, sorrow too assumes many forms. 45 years ago, a watcher fought his way here alone, and in his bravery.
Talk about an axe to grind.
Why the hell is this thing pissing us?
Okay, we're gonna have to Curiga. I let him cancel Reaper's Touch! I'm so stupid! Oh, I needed to wait just a little bit longer before I Reaper's Touch there. That's unfortunate.
Talk about an axe to grind.
Why the hell is this thing pissing us?
Okay, we're gonna... Nope.
You got this.
There we go. This is how we handle that. It's gonna be a little bit annoying with him being so high, but that's fine. Damn it. This round. Ooh, that's gonna be a bit dangerous. Hopefully we get drained then.
There's so many.
Where's a big bucket of water when you need it? Let me show you how it's done. Fired up. You're up. Need my help, do you? Bring it on. All right. Watch it learn.
Thank God, we're good.
More serious.
Excuse me? Oh, that's gonna be super annoying.
Bring in the heat.
We're fine. That was not the best Gina talk, but it was good enough. The first fight I threw, unfortunately, what happened is... Actually, I can't remember, but I know it was my fault. Fortunately, the second one wasn't too bad. Luckily, like, if you know what your mistake is and you can see the point of failure, the immediate trick is... I mean, it's not even really a trick. It's just going, you know it's not going to work, reset. Gina Talk is one of those fights where you can't really waffle. And unless you know that you have a winning line through the fight, you need to immediately reset. Once you get to phase 2, you need to start pushing for recovery methods. And making sure that you can get through the fight consistently, but it's not the way you want to go, it's just the way that you have to go sometimes.
So it's my turn, and can you take over for me?
Ideally, we tank through these fights fairly quickly with Fyra and Aurora.
We shall not rest till the materia is ours.
Heal up Barrett here, because there are some instance corner cases where these fights can go bad. Like I said before, Barrett has Fire MP Absorb, but he also doesn't have anything that gives him a bonus at max MP, so we're not too worried about this. Arrow is just a method to get the enemies grouped close enough so that Fire and Magnify can get double to triple hits on them, and we can just one-shot them fairly quickly. We still have access to Red's Reaper's Touch as a backup, depending on how things go, so we're not too worried about everything here. Pretty straightforward setup, which is nice. Arrow. Fyra. The next fight's going to be a little bit more convoluted. We actually have 2 Sorcerers and a Lancer and an Archer. The Sorcerers are super obnoxious because they can revive other Gi that have fallen. So our goal is to make sure we kill both the Sorcerers ASAP, no matter what. The other ones we do not care about. We just want to make sure both the Sorcerers die. Fortunately, these fights are on a timer because of the dialogue. So as long as we finish the fights before the dialogue finishes, we're good to go. And in this next fight, it's about 15 seconds, so we have a lot of time. But if we let the Sorcerers revive anybody, it is over. We are boned. So I need to be very careful to make sure the Sorcerers go down consistently. And the thing is, it's the one in the middle and the one to the right. So I need to make sure that I target the one in the middle before I do anything. And then from there, ideally, Reaper's Touch takes out whatever's left over. Because you got to remember, Red still has First Strike. So that's kind of why we go with this party specifically, because Red and Barrett are set up. We can also just use Somersault with Tifa. It's theoretically quicker to use Tifa's Somersault, but it really doesn't matter since we're time-gated here anyway. There's the only, like, downside is that, like, we have to switch to Barrett at the start of every fight, which is meh. That's wrong.
Mind if I tag out?
Coming! Tagging out!
That's annoying as heck.
Skies shattered and time stopped.
show you what I can do. You
That's very funny. Watch and learn. Those who did began a new life here. But to the planet, we were not.
So it's my turn?
Not in life, nor in death.
Okay, so we did lose a little bit of time there, because I accidentally tried to Reaper's Touch. Well, actually, no. Red got stabbed there, so I missed out on the Reaper's Touch, unfortunately. It is what it is sometimes. As long as we take care of the sorcerers, it minimizes how hard that spirals out of control. I lost a couple of seconds, but honestly, getting through Gina Talk is the harder portion. And only having to reset him like 1 or 2 times is fine.
Our only wish is to be freed from this.
The stupid thing is, like, the time that I normally throw away on Gina Talk, I threw away on Dine, just like completely turning my brain off on a fight that, like, I should be able to turn my brain off on.
Good to see you again.
But yeah, the next thing here is what I call Mount Stupid. I don't like it.
This way.
This whole area, like, really, like, the fights aren't that hard to the point where we can skip pretty much all of them. The downside is like, Red and Barrett are set up here, so there's really no particular reason to adjust, because even if we do, we're going to be adjusting for Aerith, Red, Ket-Shi in the mansion. So changing out our setup specifically for the area with Cloud, Yuffie, Tifa would just be a waste of time, because we can actually take care of the boss without changing anything.
If you say Sephiroth was there, I'll believe you.
Wait. So, are you saying Sephiroth's after the black materia too?
Probably.
That's the idea.
Better to assume he is.
But yeah, the Nibelheim segment is mainly struggling to get Ket-Shi to work, pretty much.
I gotta ask.
Honestly, he's not that hard to work. You just need to know how Ket-Shi functions.
I wouldn't say I know about it exactly. Not directly, anyway.
What's that supposed to mean?
I just recall some document or other discussing its existence. If we can get to a Shinra terminal...
Listen to some Static X while I'm waiting.
Terminal, huh? They set any up here?
I think so. I bet old Boogie will know for sure.
I guess once again we can go over our basic setup. Since we're about 3 hours into the run, we're getting towards the end of the game. The main gimmick here is we're trying to min-max on Genji Glove, which is one of the very last accessories you can craft. The thing is, Genji Glove lets us break damage limit. So, the whole thing is we're trying to set up for just high damage magic. So instead of just doing 9,999, we're doing 99,999. The 99,000 is not realistic in like a speedrun setting. We'd have to over-optimize a bit too much to make that happen. And a lot of cases, like 30 to 40, maybe even 50,000 is enough. So there's no reason to really like overcomplicate things. And to meet that end, we use Magic Focus to increase the damage. We use Magic Up to increase our raw magic stat. We tend to use A to B Stagger and Skill Master a lot, as well as First Strike and A to B Boost. We use Enemy Skill to Sonic Boom for Bravery and Faith. Faith giving us 20% magic damage, Bravery giving us 20% physical. We make sure to put Genji Glove on Cloud, because he can actually inflict Berserk on himself, or Prime Berserk. Berserk giving a 30% damage buff at the cost of taking 30% more, and Prime being 50 instead of 30. And because of that, Cloud can hit some pretty high damage numbers with his spells. But we also have MP Absorb, which now does 0.03% MP absorption. And then we also have Magic Focus, like I mentioned for a second there, that gives us a 25% efficiency or effectiveness increase, which is actually quite a bit. And the main linchpin that allows us to get away with all the chicanery is actually the Swift Cast Materia. At base level, it halves cast time, but at max level, it actually completely removes cast time. So it allows us to get away with using a lot of Tier 3 and Ga spells in a way we probably shouldn't be able to. Oops. The Ga spells, unfortunately, do take 2 ATB now, but they end up doing 250% damage of a Tier 2 spell. And with Damage Break, that ends up becoming massive amounts of DPS that we would lose out on. It's kind of a funny one. That's really not faster, but I find it funny. You can, like, remount the bird there in a really goofy way. Speaking of which, we will only have one more bird ride, and that's the end of that fun. Fortunately, since New Game Plus retains the bird progress, we can grab the birds for all these side quests that we'd normally have to waste a lot of time grabbing. But we can actually use them to optimize our movement a little bit in certain areas, so we aren't just, like, sprinting into town. We're actually using bird speed, which is a little bit quicker. Right here, we gotta follow Zach and talk to Aerith. This would be the last point where you can really affect your party's affection levels, at least in town, outside of doing specific side quests or doing team-up attacks. Synergy skills and synergy abilities will actually increase your affection with characters, as well as doing certain side quests. Those also increase affection, as well as they'll increase the... They'll give you weapon manuals for those characters, so they'll increase their skills that they can learn through weapons. Also, when you do them again on hard mode, you get an additional manual, so if you're really wanting to min-max, you can just ignore them in normal. I wouldn't really say you need to, honestly. Not everybody wants to play through hard mode, because honestly, hard mode does have some unfunnities to it, and you really don't get too much out of it in the way of story. It's more or less the same thing. The only thing is you, like, want to finish all the side quests, which is something you can do after. So, fortunately, on the back half of this mountain, it's a little bit weird, where it's actually another explorable area. So we can actually summon Celine here again, and take the Dragoon Knights a little bit further up the mountain with you. Gonna want to go down the path here, because there's a lot of stuff to trip over. So I want to avoid that if possible. That, right here, I can't really bug out the movement as hard as I did earlier. And that is the last time we will see a bird ride. Alright. So we're going to be heading up the mountain. Like I said before, we're still going to leave Red and Barrett with everything. There's no reason to bother optimizing here. So for the accessories, Genji Glove is obviously the king. Hey, Wolf, thank you for the good luck. Hope you're having a good one. However, we do have a single Fury Ring, which gives us a permanent Berserk for that character. We opt to use that on anybody that isn't Cloud, since he can Berserk himself and make full use of the Genji Glove. Tifa gets hard equipped with God or Dummerung for free limits. Somersault's just too fast and too strong to not use. This fight right here I don't want to take because I don't have any way to build ATB or magnified spells. So dealing with these guys is just going to take forever if I pick a fight. A matter of fact, like, this entire trip up the mountain, we're just trying to avoid fighting as much as possible. This is just a waste of time otherwise. We can clean these enemies out pretty quick, but it's just not as quick as we could. Oh, that's so annoying. We're just gonna...
You're gonna Keep feel it together. This like it's on you. Taking over. Take the lead. All set.
There we go. That's what I was aiming for the first time, but they ended up not grouping up the way I wanted, so... I ended up switching back and pulling them in again. I could have tried for Somersault, but there's a chance that one of the grasshoppers would have jumped out of the way. They were pretty close to the wall, so I just opted to take the fight immediately rather than trying to sneak past and end up getting caught. Because the problem is, if you can't group them all together really quickly there, that fight just takes forever, because you always have one that's, like, off to the side.
Let's find another
and without ATB, it's super annoying. So, like, I'd have to... hit them all, group them together with Cloud Spin Slash, would give him 1 ATB, and then I'd want to Omni Strike with Tifa, or Thundera with Cloud, and then either way I'd have to, like, clean off, get rid of the last one, because they usually end up in a group of 3, and then one of them kind of ends up off to the side. This Zoo right here can be kind of annoying. He's being really nice today. The funny thing is, if you take this fight and reset it, it actually... oh, that's super... that is really toxic. You can normally climb up the side of this embankment, but the game was being really fussy about it, so it didn't let me go up, and I ended up triggering the fight by accident. This is why I call this mount stupid. Because I think it's very frustrating. Maybe I should just call it mount frustration. But, like, a lot of it is just stuff that's outside of your control, and if the enemy's in the right spot, you just eat it, and it's unfortunate. The next big fight is actually the red, not the red dragon, the actual dragon. Dragon enemies in this game, the two biggest, I'd say, like, some of the hardest enemies are the dragons, and the Adamantoise type enemies. The Adamantoise won't show up until the final dungeon, thankfully, but they're very hard to get rid of. Very bulky, very hard to stagger, and can use a lot of defensive things to avoid getting staggered. The Rhinoceros enemies are also pretty rough, too. Dragon here is weak to ice, but like I said, we don't really have much setup here. So I'm going to have to do a little bit of setup so that I can get to my Blizziga spells and finish this up pretty quickly. Fortunately, between Somersault and some Spell Blades here, it'll be nice. One of the things I didn't mention is actually synergy skills. So like Spell Blade, Power Cleave, Spellbound Blast, all of those calculate off of the character using them. So when I'm Power Cleaving with Cloud, it is a physical-based damage, so it is pretty much meh. It's some very meh damage, but it does do what you want it to. Also, yeah, we skipped the dragon fight. I was gaslighting you, sorry. I thought it would be funnier if I did it that way. The dragon is actually pretty hard to get rid of. We would probably want to re-equip for this fight if we did have to actually take it. But since we only need to take the boss, we just kind of make do and force our way through it. Fortunately, the demonic entity is just as easy as it was in Yuffie's campaign. It's more or less the same difficulty, but it's even easier now because we actually have 3 controllable characters instead of Sonon. Honestly, the combat system's a little bit jank in Rebirth in certain ways, but having 3 characters instead of one controllable, one AI kind of changes things. Honestly, the demonic entity is a pretty easy fight in general. So we're just going to Berserk Cloud, throw out a couple of Spell Blades, which will be a team attack with Yuffie. Those will calculate off his magic damage, so they're going to hit like a truck anyway. And then we're going to use Somersault to push the phase. And because of those Spell Blades, we'll have enough ATB to just throw a Blizziga and end things. The real trick is we want to avoid staggering the boss. So we want to make sure to not break the tentacle or let him warp away. Otherwise, it gets really annoying. If we let the demonic entity warp away, he'll create a duplicate, and then there's a chance I might get targeted onto the wrong one. I think if you leave it locked on, it'll always lock on to the proper one, but I'm not 100% sure there.
We decided to give Shinra the finger. Kinda like you.
Nothing like me.
Got so much in common, you'd be best buds.
But yeah, this next area is very a lot of the enemies are super duper tanky. And we have a very suboptimal party. We have Ketchi, Aerith, Barrett, and Ketchi has to solo a small like pseudo boss before we even get to the main bosses of the area, Lost Number, Vincent, and Roche. So we gotta work very hard to get through this area efficiently.
People will be banging down the door to buy our film rights.
But we're gonna have to change a lot of stuff here. We're actually gonna set up so Ketchi has like full ATB between Choco King Cape and First Strike. So that'll speed up some of those fights. But it does make things a little bit more annoying.
Why'd they do this? No one told you anything?
No, nothing.
Like I said, this fight will be pretty straightforward. We're just gonna plop down a Berserk, hammer out a couple of Spell Blades so I have enough ATB for Blizziga, and then Somersault our way through the rest. The only downside is we don't have Swift Cast on Blizziga, so it'll take a while to cast, but we have enough time to land it before the boss teleports away, so it's not that big of a deal.
You don't think you'll walk away from this? Let's finish this.
Do it.
On it.
Okay, we just want to top Cloud off for the next couple of fights. Tifa won't be using any more MP for the rest of the area unless we're curing with her, so Yuffie and her won't end up in any of these fights, so it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, I should probably do my menu here, actually. That's wrong. I want to do High Caliber, grab Aerith's, then I want the Hermes shoes here, lightning into... Okay, yeah, we want to do this. This. First strike goes to Aerith here. Empowerment goes to Barrett. You go to lightning, I believe. No, so it's right down. Oh, nope. Fine there. And then we start doing the rest of this stuff here. Here. Then I want to give revival for assist on Barrett. That sounds correct. And swap these out and grab steadfast. Oh yeah, I want to give you MP absorb. And that should be correct. Menu is a little bit sticky because I don't normally get to this edge of the game. I've tried practicing it a bit in recent history, so I was a little bit more on top of it than I normally am, but these menus are pretty bulky. Did I change out Elemental for Magnify? I don't believe I did. There we go. Good thing I, made some markers. I made some markers in my notes to specific portions of my menu that I often forget. So I took another glance at it to see and made sure to be ready for that. Because one of the big ones is I end up forgetting to move Elemental to Barrett here for a couple of different reasons. Magnify being on Cloud is important. Elemental is important for extra damage. I also need to toggle his fire out to Lightning because I'm going to want Lightning for some of the later fights. There's several reasons we do stuff here, but we also switch over to the High Caliber, which is going to push us back into a hybrid build of 350 for attack and magic attack. So Barrett's damage is going to drop off here, and we're mainly going to be using him for either staggering or nothing. Want to make sure I don't roll into this fight, or else it'll take forever. Okay, I need to be looking at the jail cell over here. Alright, let's grab the box and head on over. I can theoretically throw this from across the room, but the targeting on this can be very fushy, so... Alright, I see one of the bats. I might be fine. No, they're probably going to cycle back. Nice! Let's go. I'm going to drop out of the roll here because it's very easy to tap the edge of the stair and then bonk. You really don't want to be bonking with Ketchi when you're rolling. Bonk animation takes forever to play out, so... So we got a couple of big fights coming up here. We got Yin Yang, which is not going to be very easy. We have Lost Numbers, who is just a myriad of inputs. The APM on Lost Numbers is actually quite... Lost Numbers is not easy. And there's a lot of places for failure in that fight, too, so it's a very frustrating fight to do. A lot of these fights, we're going to want to solo with Aerith, but I need to set up for a few things as well. Doesn't matter if we roll into these fights with Kate Shi here. Want to just hit this box before. Alright. So we don't have to throw at anything in this room, but I do have to throw at a switch in the next room. So I'm actually going to smuggle this box through the door. Not necessary. It's probably slower. Also much riskier, so it's not really worth it, but I think it's funny. Get over here, buddy. Alright, Sonic Boom, Fire. The main part you gotta be careful about is not breaking the box through the door here. And you also need to make sure you get it close enough so that you can actually smuggle it, which is not too hard. I want to make sure to hit the lever there and not the actual valve. Because if you hit the knob, it won't always activate the switch. But if you hit the lever, it always will, so... This is very annoying. Don't... Oh, man. Not much I can do about this. Gonna wait for Flea here so I can reliably get Aerith into combat. Alright, I'm also gonna need to do this. Call to Moogle. Normally I wouldn't jigger the camera around like that because it actually delays these from spinning. but because of the way that that worked out, I kind of had to. I'm going to go for a 1.1 cycle here, but there's no guarantee I'll hit it.
Additional accelerants required to meet operational standards.
Yes! There's no guarantee you'll hit it, because there is a very likelihood chance that, because of all the moving parts, it'll very easily miss, but that saves a pretty decent amount of time. Unfortunately, we lost a bit of time going into that room, because the enemies were in such a position that I kind of couldn't immediately start the fight, so I had to turn the camera to stop the hoppers from spinning. So I didn't actually save the max amount of time there, unfortunately. I could do some healing later. I'll probably end up taking more damage, so there's no reason to really, like, over-heal just yet.
I know how this is.
Okay. Ideally, I get Ketchy across the room there and start using Sonic Boom. You could use Fire, because you do have Fire MP Absorb, but you'll slowly but surely lose MP. So I optimize the route of using Sonic Boom, which comes out quicker anyway. Okay. Trying to get that dismount animation during the this cutscene. Just another one of those little optimizations you kind of want to go for. Ideally, we sneak between the bats here, but they're being super annoying today, so we're just going to wait for both bats to allow me to stun lock them, and then move on. They want you to roll through this, but sometimes the game is very fussy and you bonk anyway. I'm not really sure. So this is our first Adjudicator. We are not fighting this guy. No way in heck. If I can avoid Adjudicator fight, I will avoid it. I have not fought Adjudicators anytime in recent history, and I'm not about to start now.
Got to get the thing open first.
I got too close and it triggered the dialogue, which I guess was okay. So this room has 2 Adjudicators. These are pretty rough to get through. If you stagger them with magic or physical, they'll set a barrier of the opposite type. Uh-huh. So we're going to climb up here and do a little bit of a setup to make the fight a bit easier. What that does will put us up here, and by make the fight easier, I mean completely skip it. Hopefully we start with Yin here. That would be perfect, but if we don't get Yin, we can make Yang work, unfortunately.
Here you go. Ready to go.
Oh, that's really annoying, actually.
Make it count now.
Gonna have to guard here. Oh yeah, it's not a split anymore. Yeah, Yang is slower. With Yin, we can just Firaga, which will make him try and do his explosion move. And then that'll put us both at 1 HP. And then I can just follow up from there. I'll be healing up a bit more once we get to the other... Once we get past this segment.
Please wait.
Want to summon the Moogle here to make this a little bit easier. Let's take our time and aim today, and immediately miss. I'm very happy about that. This is why I don't even think about it, and I just fire them off as quickly as possible. So at a certain point, you just overthink it, and you end up missing anyway. Gotta be careful here. If I'm too close to the chute, sometimes the incoming boxes will break the one that I'm throwing. Okay, I should be able to nail that one. Ideally, we want to break these all on each on one shot, but as you can tell, that doesn't always work out that well. It's not quite as easy as that. Ideally, we get this last one. But, okay. Dismiss Moog. I can also bug out the movement here and kind of like screw up the camera, but I try not to. It's a little bit disorienting when it happens. The big thing here is we need to open up the vault here, which is really annoying. Honestly, like, the inputs on the vault are very fussy. They're just not as precise as I would like them to be. The other thing is actually getting onto the vault. 36... And make sure to just hold it down here from now. Alright, let's go. HP boost. Into Transcendence. Sleep into Faith on Aerith. And then ATB boost. Arcane Ward.
Come on. You can do it. That'll do. I'm coming. That's the way to do it.
There we go. That's annoying, but whatever.
Busy?
That's gonna be a problem. I should have gone full spellbound there.
We'll make it quick.
Whatever, ATB is fine. Into Transcendence Arm, Fire Arm, Max Body, Forward Shift, Meteor.
Okay. Hey.
Blast. Oh, I took his last little bit of MP too. Well, let's just hope I don't die on Vincent. Should have just shot with Barrett, man. Ish, Barrett. You're really just not going to get used at all, so there's no reason to heal you, huh? Got to do a little bit of a menu here, too, to set everything up. Vincent can be quite the annoying boss. This cutscene's a bit goofy, and if you try to skip it too soon, the game will just resume. Alright, we want to put Expeditionary on you. And then I want to give you Joker King Cape. Then we want to get Cloud set up this way. This. Fire. Skillmaster ATB assist for Ice on Aerith. Want Swiftcast to move for MP Absorb. Swiftcast. Then it should be... Oh, wait. I almost forgot this one, which is... Wind? Doesn't matter which one. We'll go defense for strength up, first strike for that. Switch party. Sonic Boom stays. Fire-Ga Mag. And then we want to give you Focus Strike. And then Thundaga. Switch party members. That's not what I wanted. Switch party members. There we go. We should be good to go. Correct. We gave him first ATB boost. We gave him Fire. We gave him E-Skill, Skillmaster. Assist went down to Aerith. Aerith got Wind. Swiftcast got moved. She got MP Absorb. He got Swiftcast. Yeah, we're good to go. Okay. Oh, yeah. That's a bit annoying, but whatever. I should have just used Overcharge with Barrett in Phase 1, like I've been doing recently. That would have topped off the damage. I could have also used it in Phase 2 as well. That should have been my first inclination. It's fine, I just need to, you know, not get... I just need good luck on Vincent. That's a really fun idea.
Maybe this'll do the trick.
Okay, we're gonna have to reset. What an asshole. Should have just given up on the Berserk there. Yeah, we're fine.
Take the lead.
I'll take care of them. Too much? It's your turn.
Take it over.
Enjoy the ride.
Oh, great. Fantastic. I'm glad he could get that Primal Roar off. I'm probably gonna die here. Okay, we're fine, fortunately.
Let's finish this. Just in case. No.
What an asshole. Tifa cure. Normally I'd have extra healing on Pet She, so that would be a little bit less unsafe. It's whatever, though. This guy is not very easy. Prime mode into plasma discharge.
Bird.
I remembered.
You okay?
I won't have you pity. This is a race, remember? Come on, Cloud. We're on the home stretch.
Bird. You're done.
Oh! Nice. So the next big fight is we're gonna get another gauntlet of fights. This one, fortunately, the gauntlet had a pretty nice gap between all of our fights. It's not going to be so kind in the near future. Gold Saucer is actually a gauntlet. Several gauntlet fights back to back. 3 phases, then a boss, then an additional 2 boss phases. I'm gonna take this last break that I have, because it's still going on. I'm not getting any more for a while.
Sure. I was greener than Mako when I met her fauna. She took my heart for a spin.
Not you, Sid.
Aerith,
Yeah?
what happened to your mother? She get sick?
Doctors always said she had a weak constitution, and trying to escape didn't help. I think she just pushed herself too hard, all so that I could be free.
I'm sorry. At least she went out on her own terms.
Did she?
Shit. Even if she didn't, you should honor her memory by enjoying the life she gave you.
Yeah. Thanks.
Hey, don't know if y'all heard. Wu-Tai's finally made a move against
So this is the last break, so I gotta take advantage of it.
Midgar's been bombed to hell and
I
back.
do not get any more
on the ropes.
anytime soon.
War isn't worth celebrating. Ever.
Exactly. This'll affect everyone.
Ugh.
It's like when Sephiroth shows up. Nobody wins.
On a related note, if war is officially declared, it will be long before borders start closing. So, if you've got something...
Unfortunately, we don't have much time saved here, so we'll see how this works out. Maybe I'll actually remember the Berserk on Abzu this time.
Sid? Hey, Sid.
Actually, there is a 6-minute break that I would get for the cuts, the date. I'll have to time each and every one of them to see which ones I'm offering. Because the easy, low-hanging fruit is obviously Tifa and Aerith. Because I want them in my party anyway. I think the other alternative would probably be Barret. Because setting up Red would be a bit risky. Oh yeah, I need to throw out that brakes on this broken.
Get off my ass and sit tight like
So it
I
has
told
been
you to.
broken.
What was it? Altitude?
Oh man, we're screwed!
We ain't screwed, people.
Hey!
All right, brace for emergency landing.
So right here, I want to hold down skip here. This one actually skips much quicker if we do it this way. The other two, it's faster to fast forward into the actual cutscene skip. The actual cutscene skip for that one takes forever. I gotta be very careful with the movement here with the boat, plane, whatever. If I get too close to the wall, I get a massive speed slowdown. And if I, you know, move too aggressively, it'll also slow me down. So I want to kind of tap as much as possible to, like, prevent the boat from fully slowing down. Otherwise, like, going through here in New Game, you can kind of, like, completely just zone out. Because you get forced into slow movement around here. But in New Game Plus, that never happens. So you can actually move through here much quicker. I don't know if we'll PB here, but, you know, it'll be a nice new recording that actually has a decent bit rate, so it doesn't look like dog shit the whole way through. And I think the commentary is pretty decent as well. It's more or less why I've been practicing commentary, so it just kind of comes naturally, and then when I'm in the marathon, for the most part, I just already have kind of an idea in my head. They're not specifically scripted, but general, like, conversational points that are topical to the point.
Still do on occasion. The boys got
One of the things here I need to start being careful about is not, like, trying to open up the map too soon. Because there's a lot of places in the game where, like, you can pop the map open before things are actually available, and it'll end up losing you some time. Because I can open that map before Gold Saucer becomes a target, and then I gotta wait to warp over here. Thing I gotta remember to do here is go directly to the battle square, and then go to the inn. Anywhere else will lose me some time, because I gotta wait for the guide Moogle to let me teleport. These are only available through the D-pad as well, so I can't, like, double down on thumbstick movement like I can in the main menu. A lot of the early waves were just going to be optimizing for, like, fire spells to just burn everything up. Getting Faith and Berserk set up as necessary. Luckily, with the early phases, we don't need to worry too much about Berserk. Faith is more than enough, because it's a lot of, like, just normal enemies that are not very bulky, fortunately. Even the Tonberries are thin enough that we can take care of them with a Fire Gun. Luckily, a lot of them are super close grouped together, so that the Fire and Magnify will get multiple hits. And the ones that we don't get multiple hits on will be weak enough that a single hit's enough. Get off of me! Ugh, I don't want to dance. Die! Die! Here we go. And that is the last time we have to use the guide Moogles. Thank gosh.
And here we are.
So normally we would have the play as a break here as well. New Game Plus, you can just straight up skip the play though, which is super nice. It's kind of annoying if you're going for a Plat Trophy though, because you actually have to clear the plays with all the characters. And not only do you have to clear the plays, but you actually have to S-rank the play as part of the achievement for 7-Star Hotel. So, like, platinuming this game is kind of obnoxious. There's a lot of weird things. So I set Tifa for my date here. It can be Aerith as well if I'm going for optimal strats. Tifa's just a little bit easier because then she'll be in the right part of the party. That way I'll still have the Cloud Tifa Aerith formation that I've had the entire game. Not that big of a deal, though. You can take Aerith, and it wouldn't be that much of a difference. The only thing is you need to remember to Faith Magnify with Aerith in a different order when you're doing inputs. Same thing with Aerith later. It would affect a grand total of 4 fights. Would not be that big of a deal. Having both of them is better than not, honestly. Somersault is a very nice punctuation on a lot of the fights and lets us get through bulkier enemies without having to completely rely on Cloud. Yep, trying to skip a cutscene that doesn't exist. That's one of the reasons I hate the Moogle warps, is because I keep thinking there's a cutscene right after it, and there just isn't. But yeah, normally you have to do the whole play here, but we actually don't. We can just skip all the cutscenes, so this will go pretty quick. The only thing is it's a bit obtuse on how to skip the cutscenes here. Skip this one, we gotta take the door. Then we have to skip some of them normally, and then the other ones you just have to hit X. So we skip. Nope. I actually have to trigger this first. Skip, and then skip by just hitting up. Oh good, Tifa loaded in today. That's fun. Skip. Talk to Garm. Skip. Skip, and now we're done with the play. Saves quite a bit of time. Although you'll end up wasting it on the Skywheel Square date after. Fortunately, New Game versus New Game Plus here, we can actually get our affection more than high enough. As a matter of fact, we need to. So that we can get the intimate dates here. And not only that, but we can save the time from not doing the play and putting it into the play. Or putting it into the Skywheel date itself. Tifa's is about 6 minutes, and I'd imagine most of them are around 6, if not a little bit less.
Are you ready?
Alright, now we're going to head over to the actual arena here, and we actually get to start taking on some fights here. Faith Magnify is going to be pretty much our hard opener for most of these phases, so that we can upgrade Cloud's damage. And then we're going to be using Somersault every now and again to clean up enemies. As there are a lot of enemies we got to deal with, so it's worth it. That way we can use our spells efficiently to get through everything. That one I delayed the last fire because that one guy got so close to me. So I wanted to fire the one right next to me so he didn't, like, stun lock me, which does happen sometimes. Spine Spew, that's annoying. Oh, that's nice. It doesn't matter, because these all, like, spawn at a specific rate here. Okay. Oops. It's a bit unfortunate, but whatever. Okay. Aerith's on L. HP boost, Faith into Berserk. Okay. Tifa, can you... That's neat. Please die. Oh, thank golly. That could have been really awful. Spell... Okay, we'll do once on Aerith, that'll be fine.
Are you ready?
Fantastic. Then without further ado...
Don't overdo it.
There we go. I gotta wait for him to be on the ground to actually transition the phases, so I have to be careful with how much I spam there. Nope. Nope. That's actually horseshit, I disagree. Good. Boost, Prime, Waver. Fire. Okay. HP is a bit scuffed, but fortunately we don't have to worry about much here.
Really?
That dog. You can just Firaga Rufus directly, but apparently there is a non-zero chance that Darkstar will jump in front of it and tank it for him. So that's what we're worried about. So we just go for the Magnify on the dog for it to be 100% safe. It is just a wee bit slower, but if there's a chance for a critical fail on Rufus, then, you know, you gotta be careful. Ideally, I could have Sonic Boomed the Think Fast, but if you don't Sonic Boom it immediately, you'll get a mutual hit, and you'll both get knocked on the ground, and you won't have enough ATB. So I opted to just get out of the way of it and take things a bit slower. Unfortunately, I got hit by the smoke move, which was kind of horse shit, but whatever. Ideally, you either wait till he reloads and then use Sonic Boom Reload, or use Sonic Boom, Think Fast, Bright Lights. You can also get Lift Off if you're really good about it, but you can end up in a mutual with that very often, too. You can also Sonic Boom Dive Bomb. Dive Bomb's, like, probably one of the safest, because all you need to do is back up while he's trying to Dive Bomb you and then Sonic Boom him when he lands. The whole point of that fight is just trying to get him off into the pressured stance ASAP. Then from there, you make sure you do enough to, like, get him into a specific portion of it. Because there's only a... He can't use reload immediately. So what you're trying to do is force him to use reload. Then he'll always, in hard mode or normal, he'll try to shoot you. Which Braver doesn't have enough keep to cancel through, but Prime mode does. So we use Prime mode to make sure that we don't get knocked off balance by his bullets. And then, as a system mechanic, we hit the reload with Braver or Infinity's End, and that will instantly stagger him. It is a system mechanic, though, so we don't get any limit out of it. But luckily, it sets up that we can use the Prime mode to get a 50% buff, tag him with a full-power Firaga between the Sonic Boom's Faith and the Prime mode buff at 50%. So we can clip through pretty much all of his HP there. And then in the next phase, we just can either tag him with a direct Firaga or go for the Magnify double dip. Okay, this is kind of annoying, honestly, trying to get the warp here. They make you work real hard to grab that one, to be honest. We want to make sure to talk to Sid here. We could always try to load onto the ship immediately, but it takes a little bit longer because of the weird way that it works. Warp to the temple. Next big fight is Dargon. We can fast travel to the temple like we did earlier, but the game wants to make us go over to Gilgamesh Island because it's in the way, so I find it's just faster to do that one manually. Yep. And we are in the end game. We have to game the end. Things don't get much easier from here on out. Gina Talk was a pretty huge difficulty spike, and it kind of comes down a little bit, but it's going right back up here. A lot of these fights are going to be so tightly wound, they're very close to Gina Talk. Fortunately, a lot of these fights will not be dependent on the enemy's AI for the most part, outside of the Iron Giant. Pretty much we can reliably stun lock the bosses and set everything up at the immediate start of the fight to the point where we don't really have to worry about too much. So we're not too worried about randomness. We just need to respond properly to everything. There's very few parts where, like, there is a flexible point in the fight, pretty much. It's excuse me? That's great. I might not get what I need. Okay. That's very unfortunate. It decided to just eat my somersault there, which kind of makes me really mad. Fortunately, it could have been a lot worse. Normally, somersault should just kill that second-class soldier. And, the main thing is there's extra enemies on either side of that platform that can spawn in and add into the combat. If you get through that fight quickly enough, you avoid spawning them, which I was not sure I was actually going to get. Luckily, you have a pretty big leeway with it. Even in New Game, we can take care of that fight without triggering the additional spawns. The only downside here is we end up triggering some staggers or pressures here, so we get some delayed cutscenes from the effects of it happening. Early part there, we can't walk, so I choose to just mash out a roll on purpose. Kind of funny, so I go up the wall there. Not really like a huge time save. Switch over to this one. We're gonna have one more fight where we can use Red's movement with this selectable party. A lot of this dungeon is subdivided into 2 or 3 different dungeons that are the party is formed for us. One half is Cloud, Barret, Tifa, and the other half is Aerith, Red, Yuffie. So we need to be careful with
Legend says no one who enters the temple
how we handle things, and we've got to be ready for everything. The big one is, luckily, we get to Cloud, Tifa, Aerith for the Red Dragon. So we do get to pick our party for the first and last boss, which will save us quite a bit of time. Otherwise, the Red Dragon would be a giant pain in the butt without Aerith. Same thing with Demon Wall. Demon Wall is a bit more frustrating on a different level, honestly. Demon Wall is a very tight fight, and you pretty much have to gas yourself through that fight and not take damage. Okay, swap our parties back. So I have done new game easy runs before of this particularly. I did enjoy them to some extent, but the fact that the limit of options and tools you have available is, I find, a bit boring personally. So I do tend to gravitate to hard, specifically because it's New Game Plus. And since the hard game is balanced for it being New Game Plus, you actually need to utilize all those different options. So I do end up preferring it because it's New Game Plus in specificity, that we actually have a lot more options when we're handling combat. And it's not just, well, I guess I hit it with the same big stick and hope I don't get interrupted. Luckily with easy, like, getting interrupted is actually really hard. You basically have to die to get interrupted.
Aw, what's wrong? You scared?
But, yeah, it's New Game Plus specifically that I prefer. Okay, this will be fine. So ideally those guys separate like that, and Fire Gut Magnify ends up getting multiple hits on the enemies right next to me. Best case scenario, I get at least the second class and the other trooper right next to me. That's actually probably the optimal scenario when one of the shield troopers goes the other direction. If they all chase Cloud down, it's actually fine. That works too. So I can save some time here climbing on these actual edges of the platform, but it's very risky. If I accidentally tilt too far off, I'll jump back down to the platform I was on, and I lose about a minute climbing back up. Yeah, so I've actually done New Game Easy, not New Game Plus Easy. New Game Plus Easy would isn't like a rough category or anything. I just don't really have any interest in it, mainly because, like I said, New Game Plus Hard is balanced for hard mode only. Honestly, if we had hard standard difficulty and then like very hard, I would still do the same thing. If there is a category balanced for New Game Plus, I tend to gravitate to that. I'd like to do Final Fantasy mode in 16, but it's not much faster, which is the really frustrating part. There's pretty much no quality of life upgrades, which is very frustrating. Alright, so the dragon coming up is very important. I need to make sure to target the head at all times. This is going to be a very precise fight, so I'll try and yap about it after that. 1, 2, into... Oops, I need to go this direction. There we go. Mind Blast to wipe out most of the enemies here, and then Eriga should finish everything else up. Let's see here. Nope, we want to use Kurga. Okay, let's go. Into limit head. Yep. ATB boost. Keyboard Cloud into Blizzaga.
Take the lead. Let's do this.
Do it! I'm here!
Good idea. Let's use the pillars.
Nice.
Let's go down.
Halfway there.
Don't let up.
This should make it stronger. Try using it.
Into Blizzara.
It's on you.
I got it.
What is... I'm very confused. Blizzaga, that. Thundera. Okay, I got really confused as to why he was bucking there. And it took me a few seconds to figure out what was going on. At some point, I realized it just wasn't important. I was like, wait, no, this is actually not a problem. Yeah, we're good here. A lot of, so for new game, there's two options, really. It's easy and normal. Dynamic is functionally the same as normal in a new game setting. Because the way Dynamic actually functions is it'll only activate in New Game Plus scenarios, from what I understand, which will buff all the enemies. Not as much as in hard mode, but it does buff them. And the other thing is, when you're in a new game setting, Dynamic only bumps up the difficulty when you're 5 levels higher than the recommended level, from what I understand. So in a speedrun sense, Dynamic and normal are functionally the same thing, for better or worse.
Don't think you'll walk away from me.
But honestly, most people run easy, because it's a lot more simple. New game normal is probably the hardest category that both Remake and Rebirth have. You have very little to progress, and you gotta work really hard to make everything work. Especially in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Remake, if you do certain things, you can pick up power materia pretty easily from Chadley. But the way that the materia acquisition system goes for special materia is very obnoxious. You have to meet certain conditions, and then you can do fights to get those materia. Versus the old requirement system in Remake, where, like, if you do X thing, as long as it's done at some point in the gameplay, you can immediately get that item and just grab it from him and buy it, versus, like, having to take additional fights to get it. So you very rarely get any upgrades, and the ones that you don't have to, that you wouldn't have to get through fights that you can just buy with points, you have to do world exploration to get those points, or, you know, fight harder monsters. So you very rarely get any upgrades from Chadley. It's really just weapons that you can get in armor, which is super annoying. And you really don't spend a lot of time fighting enemies, so your magic is super underleveled too. So new game normal is very difficult. It's been that way in both games, because you're usually making it through on a very, very razor-thin margin. Easy is very easy. We can make it through with synergy skills. We just spam a lot of Power Cleave and Spellblade, and that's it. We actually don't use that much ATB outside of buffing abilities or debuffing abilities like D-Shell, Sonic Boom for Bravery or Faith, and then Bravery when we actually get access to Empowerment, Magnify a bit in certain scenarios. Don't really bother with Time Magic, but we do use the Enervate Magic to debuff for Protect. Makes things a lot easier.
Let's make this quick.
Yeah, Dynamic is not really as dynamic as you would think. It does activate automatically in New Game Plus, so there is an appreciable difference between normal and dynamic in a New Game Plus setting. And there is an appreciable difference between it and hard as well, because you do have access to items and a few other things. So dynamic is an interesting category in the aspects of a New Game Plus run, but in terms of a New Game run, it's functionally the same as normal. It's a bit of an unfortunate thing, and the game doesn't really like make that super clear, which is kind of weird, but whatever. So this fight, I'm going to ATB boost Firaga. You could always get close and use Fyra as well, but I'd rather not lose all my hit points. A lot of these endgame enemies are super bulky, so we kind of need to respect them, or else we'll end up under-damaging and spending a lot of time just slashing at them manually, trying to get ATB back. So here we're going to start getting the life stream fragments for this side of the dungeon. It's kind of both our progression method and a buffing system. If we have enough life stream on Aerith, she'll get a permanent faith for all fights. She can also get a regen at level 2, and then a barrier, an M barrier at level 3. We actually are not going to take any of those buffs into the boss fight, because faith actually would increase our damage too much. So it would make it that we have a bit of a damage range going into Brood and Elena. I am going to be hopping after each one of these inputs. It's going to seem super weird, but it is that way. Era.
You'll be blown away. You okay? Just that's that.
Oh, that's cute. Okay, this is my fault.
You've got this. Here I go.
I'm doing this wrong again. Alright, I did that all kinds of wrong. I'm supposed to ATB boost and then Eriga. I did that last fight, too. Oops. I gotta go look at the route, because I've messed that fight up like 3 runs in a row. It's definitely not the place you should be losing time. Those enemies are very easy. When you do that in normal, you just, like, you Spellbound Blast and then spam, like, Wind Magnify. And my brain is kind of, like, stuck in the wrong route. So I go in and be like, no, 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 you're not supposed to Spellbound. You're going to get hit by the frog. Because you want to use the Era immediately to stop the frog from frogging you. Because at that point, it's a hard reset. Without Aerith in that fight, it'll take forever.
You don't think anything bad will happen to them, do you?
So we're going to take this fight here with the Airman. We're actually not going to be fighting him. We're just going to... Or not the Airman, the Archdragon.
Can you take over for me?
We're just going to be getting access to Red's movement again. There is a bit of a benefit to Red being critical here. Depending on how the fights play out, I'll have access to Reaper's Touch now. Ideally, like, I could have used Reaper's Touch to solve that fight, save that fight, but because he died there, it was a bit of an issue. The big thing is actually he has Synergy Thunder, so he offers a bit of extra damage. With that, unfortunately, he's not set up for magic, so it's not a ton of damage, but it is going to help quite a bit. We're going to want to jump after a lot of these, like I said, so that I can cancel the animations, because these animations are quite long. Despite what it looks like, the jumping is definitely faster. I've gaslit myself a few different times in the assumption that it's not quicker, and it definitely is. So once again, we're going to be losing our Faith buff here. It is nice for some of the enemy encounters, but we want to make sure to lose it by the time we get to the boss fight. Otherwise, there's a chance we'll over-damage, and the fight is going to become a real pain in the butt. I don't even know what the fight's like if you over-damage, honestly. It would be nice to have the extra 20% damage, but when there's a very high likelihood of you doing too much damage and the fight not going correct, that's a big concern. Uh-oh. Little bit delayed, but whatever. So yeah, we want to Fire-Iga there immediately, which I kind of delayed a bit on because my brain kind of went into power down mode there for a second. But yeah, please don't do this to me. Okay, good. You don't really want to bother fighting those guys. You would end up just resetting if you did get into a fight with them. It's not worth the effort. The next fight here is the Iron Giant. This is probably one of the hardest fights because it's a gimmick fight. With the Iron Giant, the goal is to stagger the Iron Giant, not kill the Iron Giant, so that we can actually progress. So this is one of those fights where you might end up having to reset if things go wrong. The big one is... he's going to use Sharpen at some point in the fight, and we want that to happen, because that will put him in a permanent pressured state, and then from there we can very easily stagger. But if we don't let him Sharpen and accidentally cancel Sharpen, we're going to have to reset, because we actually cannot stagger him any further. Alright, we'll heal up a bit here.
We could try using that.
Yeah, some of the costumes is a bit weird. The only thing with costumes that annoys me is that they don't allow you to just do the beach stuff. The reason I'm wearing the beach outfits is because I need them on to automatically do the beach. Otherwise, I have to stop. I stopped that on purpose, so if I do have to restart the fight, it'll save the position of the wheel.
You're up. Good time. Got you. Need a light. Now,
With ya.
not bad.
Fire, please. One this round. Turbulent Spirit. Alright, what's the next attack? Is it Sharpen? Hello?
Come on.
It's Condemn, okay.
My turn.
Oh, that was Sharpen, however. Great. I hate this boss.
No more games. It's over.
Come on.
Got you.
Fire gun.
Now.
Coming.
Keep it together. Taking over. Deal with that.
Yeah, I'll do it. Still? Cool. Let me show you how it's done. Want some more? Suck on me.
Tifa, I want you to Kira. Yeah, we'll go with Kira Cloud here.
Give 'em hell.
Let's on you.
My turn. Don't overdo
Watch
it.
yourself.
That's super annoying.
Y'all about to see me.
Go for it. Head out. I'm giving you up.
Hey, it's on you.
Yes, it's my turn. Special delivery.
Just in case. No,
Bring it to me. Fire in one eye.
I knew he was gonna do that.
It's on you.
I got you. Don't overdo it.
Let's go. Ha! Bingo. Head out.
Annoying. I hate this fight so much, man.
Bring it up.
Got your number. Get in there.
I've got this.
So, the problem is with the first one, by the time I hit with Thundaga, it canceled Sharpen, so I could have never staggered. Which is why I, like, automatically reset. I was trying to see if the next move was Sharpen or not, because he does do Sharpen in a certain amount of time. Unfortunately, the attack that he decided to use, Condemned, was the only one that I couldn't just ignore, which is very annoying, but it is what it is.
Walk away from this.
Alright, we should be fine. That's very unfortunate. Focus shot is intended to one-shot there. Man, he just did not want to let me do this easily today. Iron Giant is kind of an a-hole. It's a really annoying fight. The whole trick is to set up United Refocus so we can buff the power of Focus Shot. So when I use a 3-bar Focus Shot, it gets a lot more stagger than the 2-bar variety. Unfortunately, it requires 4 moves to get ATB or to get United Refocus to trigger, which makes these fights a lot more obnoxious than they need to be.
Get ourselves some popcorn.
I need to use Snow Flurry on B, Tifa ability Icy Impulse on C.
Unless the monsters get you first.
Oh, that's really annoying. Oh, there's no reason my ATB should have been that bad.
Calling.
I'm in. We can do something.
These assholes are better than I remember.
Alright, it's Fire up here.
With your ass, they take mates.
Keep it up.
I got it.
Let's be smart. Time to burn.
Oh, that's neat. Excuse me? Okay, now I'm getting really annoyed here.
Taking over. Pushing it.
Yes. This is so awful. I'm so mad about that fight. I spammed Firaga, so it screwed everything up. I knew which one I wanted to cast, and I wanted to tried to cast the wrong one. Nope. Tifa to Yuffie, and then Swift Cast for MP up. Unfortunate, we are not PBing today, no way in heck. I am playing very poorly. Not surprising, though. I don't often get to the end game. Arrow. Arrow. Storm. It's not that counter stance is underwhelming. It's more so that you have more counter options. Your Punisher stance is good enough for a lot of things. You can actually cancel Punisher stance over and over again to get multiple counters. A lot of things are physical. And for those that you can't counter stance, you can just counter fire. Which, instead of using ATB at any point, you can just basically counter 90% of the game, outside of, like, the unblockables. Also, there's going to be a really loud sound effect here when I blow up the frickin' bugs, so... Sorry? It is what it is. There's not much I can do about this. I don't know why it does it, but it does, which is really annoying. This is not gonna work.
It's your turn. Here I go. How about you show it? Not too shabby.
Very annoying that it does that. But yeah, counter stance does have some issues. Same thing with, like, Infinity End. They both hit, like, a point of diminishing returns without Genji Glove. So, it is a very annoying thing. Okay, you're going to breach. Thunder up. Thunder up.
Gotta go for it now.
HP boost. Breach.
You jittery? Someone looks kind of shaky. Sorry.
But yeah, counter stance does have some uses. It's really only in solo fights, though, when you don't have access to counter fire. Okay, red. Kira got Aerith here. So we had to use a lot of Thunders there, so my MP is going to feel like it's draining off, but I'll get a lot of it back in the next fight here. It really doesn't matter, because we're going to be slip-swapping between Wind and Thunder for the boss fight here. So, we do get a lot of, brain power. Nope. Nope, shut off completely. I legitimately hate you.
Don't let me down. I'm coming. Let's even things up. Let's get serious. Maybe this will enjoy the another. Come on it. I think we're almost done. Hey, gotta go. I think we're done here. Now,
unfortunately, I can't get all of this. I've got enough MP here. I will get a 10% damage bonus from being at max MP at the start of this fight. Fortunately, that's not that big of an issue. Oh, that's right. My Reno and Rude fight was so bad I forgot to split. That Reno... between Iron Giant and Reno and Rude, I'm feeling some kind of sad right now, but it is what it is. dying kind of like sealed the deal off rip anyway.
Spare us both the
Into
effort.
Thunder, Arcane Ward myself.
Remember that I tried to reason with you.
Gara,
She's a walk.
Spellbound Blast. Lena here.
One more shot. Hey, gotcha.
Okay, good. We got hits on both. That's nice. So the next thing here is Thundaga, Boost, Era, Elena. Thundaga, Boost, Eraga, HB, Firaga. Okay. Whatever. Made it through. That was very awkward, but whatever. Alright. Red, I'm gonna have to ask you to give me all of your MP. Luckily, he has like 8,000, so Kuraga's here really aren't that costly. Tifa has more than enough MP, so the rest of this area will go pretty nice. We're gonna be using some Faith Magnify in the rest of the areas here. What am I doing? Uh-oh. Got a little bit twisted up on the platform. Gotta be careful. So the next big fight is Demon Wall. Demon Wall is a huge bump, in my opinion. We really have to do Demon Wall in a very particular way. A lot of Demon Wall is landing some Spell Blades for damage, and as well as ATB building, and very tightly managing our ATB, as well as getting Prime Berserk set up so that we actually have enough damage to get through Phase 2 before the walls start crumbling and we start dying, or I have to start counter-firing every single freaking attack. Counter-firing every single attack. Problem is you're very vulnerable when you're first trying to get the Firagas out. So if you don't set up for counter-fire quickly enough to cave in, you very easily get your freaking brain scalloped out. Problem is you really don't have access to a lot of extra healing. At best, you get a Kiraga from Tifa. But you gotta remember those spells aren't as fast as you might want them to be. So if you're gonna cure, you need to dedicate and do it immediately. The downside is, however, if you do cure with Cloud, you can't somersault one of the walls immediately to kind of keep it from hitting you. So you're like in this weird push and pull circumstance where like you need to Kiraga because the other wall's definitely gonna hit you, but you also need the somersault. It's kind of hard to explain. Decent enough pace. Definitely could be doing a lot better here. Odds are we are going to not PB, but if we get like a 45, I'd be happy with it.
Come along, number 13. Don't be shy.
Oh, push! Stretched a little bit too close to the sun. Oops. Ugh. So we have like 40 minutes, give or take, less left here. It's about 10 minutes to get down to the wall, 10 minutes to get to the final fight, and then 10 minutes for the final fight. Plus, we have about 5 minutes of cutscenes in between those areas, as well as about 5 minutes of nonsense here, too.
No!
But yeah, the combat system between Remake and Rebirth are very... I think this is the right word, disparate. They're very different from one another. They theoretically have the same skeleton, but there's a lot of changes that make them not the same. They're similar, but there's massive differences between Remake and Rebirth, for better or worse. And it's not just the simple things like the synergy abilities and synergy skills. There's a lot of other things that will get you killed pretty easily. I must have got some crits there, because I wasn't supposed to Eraga there, I was supposed to Era.
This is fine. Not scary at all.
Alright, so we're almost done with the with these. We're about halfway through these memory sequences. Every character gets one here, we just gotta kind of walk through it.
Hey boss, wanna try treading a little lighter this time? No point
The annoying part here is, like, there's a couple of invisible walls on these platforms. So you're better off going to the highest bit for the most part, outside of the very last one. But yeah, the fight with Demon Wall, even in and of itself, isn't even the issue. We have to fight a couple of adamant toises and some very bulky enemies before we do the Demon Wall. And there's even a weird interaction with the last fight before Demon Wall. The adamant toise, normally when you finish a fight, your MP absorb will activate, but the pre-final boss of this chapter, the adamant toise, just you don't recover MP when you kill the enemy off of MP absorb. So I actually routed out to make sure that I kill with Somersault so that I have full MP going into Demon Wall. I really want that extra 10% damage on my casts, so I really can't afford to fiddle around with that. Because without max buffs on Phase 2, when you start spamming Firaga on the far wall, you are never going to kill. And even then, your damage range is a little bit wide, so you actually go out of your way to throw a Thundera out with Aerith as well to top off the damage. So without Cloud being fully buffed between having Prime Berserk, Faith, and that 10% bonus at max MP and a few other things, you're never going to kill the far wall. And that's super important. Because as long as you can get one of the walls down, you can usually clean up the rest. It won't be super fast, but as long as you can get one down, you should be okay. But if both walls are up, you're boned. If Cloud is not alive, it's just GG. The problem is like you need to like dedicate to casting your spells, and it kind of puts you in a weird position where like counterfire is better, it's safer, you're immune to damage, you do get a hit out of it. Your buffs start depreciating and falling off very quickly, and you're put in a position where it's really hard to get your spells off when you're focusing on counterfires. It's very awkward. Gonna kick this in. We have one more cutscene after this, which is the Aerith segment, which is not fun either. Very depressing. A lot of these are super duper depressing. Yeah, I should start charging and leave it in the whole run.
What if we went on an adventure? An adventure?
I don't think it really matters what order you do this in. I just kind of go right to left here. So I think they all like reset into the center.
The men in white and the needles? Would you get better there? Yes, sweetheart. I think I would. And let's go.
So we're still going to be focused on the magic build here. The problem is things just start hitting harder and harder and harder. And we've got to go even harder into the buffs to, like, actually get enough damage. So a lot of these fights, we have to go super mega ultra glass cannon. Prime mode is really good with the damage buffs. But the problem is it puts you in an extremely hard kill or be killed scenario where you're doing 50% more damage, but you're taking 50%. And there's really no... We can't get the damage out fast enough to prevent the boss from hitting us. So we just gotta kind of face tank stuff, which makes these fights a lot scarier than it needs to be. Or, well, it's kind of what you would expect from a hard mode run, honestly. Luckily, this is one of the last, like, cutscenes that we can't, like, skip. Alright, so we gotta do a little bit of adjustment here. I need to get First Strike back on Cloud. Need to get First Strike back on Aerith, and I want to get Swift Cast back on Cloud. The main thing is we're gonna be double dipping with Aerith. We're not gonna be double dipping with Aerith anymore. I take that back. We're gonna put the First Strike back on Tifa so we can get Faith at the start of every single fight. And then she's gonna stick with Choco King Cape, which is the accessory we've chosen to give her. I didn't really talk about it very much. but it is a very strong accessory that guarantees 1 ATB at the start of each fight. Honestly, in terms of like a casual playthrough, that's not really that good because 1 ATB can easily be built normally. The problem is, with First Strike on Aerith, she will never... There's no guarantee that she will have 1 full ATB at the start of every fight. So even if we said First Strike ATB boost like we're doing with some of the other characters, she does not reliably enough get 1 full ATB from First Strike that it's worth doing it. We have to double dip on the First Strike and Choco King Cape, or Hope. If we're not going to use Choco King Cape, because we need, like, Fury Ring. This... and Swiftcast Cloud. Alright, so this will set us up for the rest of the run, pretty much. We'll have to make a small, tweak. Hey, RUP, how's it going? Hey, 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 hey. What's up, what's up? We're to the end of the game, so unfortunately, if you guys haven't beaten this before, I kind of gonna be soft spoiling stuff.
All those lives.
Appreciate the raid, appreciate the raid. Hope everybody's doing well. I'm gonna do my best to avoid spoilers, but unfortunately, like, if you don't want to see the final boss, we're a little bit deep into the sauce here. But I do appreciate the raid, very much so. Final boss is really cool, though. Honestly, like, looking at it in a speedrun perspective, you can't really replicate it casually. I appreciate it, I appreciate it. Yeah, it's too bad 16 didn't make it in this year, but we're gonna have to, like, figure out some donation incentives or whatever. But I feel like we can get it in next year, for sure. And if we don't, we'll do something on random encounters on the offline show. 16's in a rough spot, but I love that game dearly to the point we're going to keep going on that. We're going to go Firaga, and then we're going to go Araga, and then we're going to go I Missed the Dragon. Okay. Okay. This is the right direction. Yes. Nice. Yeah, that was one of the other factors, unsurprisingly. Not having you in person was unfortunately a bit of a drag, but honestly, like, it came down to Rebirth versus 16, and what I've heard from Scuttlebutt is that, like, the action RPGs just are not making as much money as they had hoped, so it's basically going to be, like, one of these a year, and I don't think that another one will launch in the next year, so 16 should be alright. As long as we don't have, like, another big release or some sort of huge DLC that would, you know, replace 16. I think 16's a very solid game overall. Especially with 3 runners, it'll be a lot easier to get a very consistent time. Even if it's just you and me, it still would be very consistent. Because I know I'll dedicate to coming back to it, for sure. And I know you won't quit the game. I'm not going to speak for Moonblaze, for sure. Alright.
I got this.
Need to make sure everybody's topped off because it's going to be very hard to actually... You actually can't open up the menu in this segment, which is very frustrating. Yeah, considering that some people just aren't that interested. Yeah, I guess. Dude, I struggle with that entire game. 16 is just so... 16 is difficult. It's so surprising that story mode in 16 is legitimately difficult. That game is an upward climb. Which is surprising, because, like, a lot of time with, like, 16 and 14, they kind of like, oh, well, these games are bad because they trip over themselves to make them too easy, but I still find that they're pretty difficult Well, at least to do fast. Honestly, it's hard to die if you're not, like, going for gas, but it's a good game. If I'm gonna run Rebirth instead of Remake, then I'll run 16 as well. Alright, let's do this again. Be boost, HB boost, bait. Dag nabbit! Yeah, we're just gonna have to deal with it.
Take it, it's on you.
I'm coming. Nothing to worry about. It's your turn.
Hang back.
Enjoy the ride. Get him.
Let's do this.
This will be fine.
Take the lead.
You can do it. Let me. Finish him off. Get the hell up.
Watch this.
Okay, we're good to go. Just need to get Red to heal up Aerith here, and we can go. Alright. Yeah, Moonblaze Wolf is definitely very good with that. Alright, let's go. Give me 1 second, I gotta focus on this stupid wall, because it's not easy to kill. Hello? Dude, I wanted to be climbing on this stuff the whole time. Ugh, we're not gonna save anything here. Alright, let's go. Okay, I need to do that twice. Arcane, Thundera, into Prime. Good. Lucky. Okay. I think we're fine here. Into Limit. I need to cast Fyriga on Firewall. Aerith, I need you to cast Thundera. Okay, to be boosted to Fyriga. Should be fine. Alright, we should be good. Get fucked! If you couldn't tell, I'm extremely nervous when it comes to Demon Gate. Oh my god. I always feel like the fucking Grim Reaper's got his scythe on my throat, man. Whew. It could have been a bit cleaner, but we definitely made it through a very difficult fight. Gina Talk scares me, but, like, Demon Wall is so easy to mess up. Whew. Alright.
Me too.
Can't take it back, though.
Yeah, I mean, that is definitely something I'll take credit for. I'm very good with trying to maintain specific commentary and talk about individual specifics. Yeah. If you don't have your setup for Phase 2 and you don't get the Prime Berserk, because the thing is, you need to set up a ATB shuffle between the characters. So you have to set up the Prime Berserk there, and if you don't hold the square out of Prime Berserk, you'll never get it. And if you don't have that, even if you only get the 30%, not having that extra 20 from Prime is just GG. That fight is a terrifying one.
We won't. We're gonna make it.
That's the one difference between this and New Game. New Game's just like, Spellblade, 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 get the fuck out of my face. You're just like, I don't care, wham, wham, wham. Braver, what's that? Magic damage, brother, magic damage. Actually, it's power cleave, but... Honestly, like, New Game is not a bad run, I will say. It definitely has its own charm, and it's a lot easier to pick up. If anybody were ever to be like, oh, I'm not really good, but I want to speedrun this, be like, oh yeah, this category is perfect. So, like, on paper, I'm good, but in practice, not so much. So we gotta head through here, and we're heading into the final chapter. We're through the final dungeon, but the final boss fight is a massive gauntlet of 3 different fights. And the first 2 fights are made up of about 6 phases. So if we throw too hard in any of those phases, we end up in a very rough position where a lot of the early phases are heavily dependent to setting up at the end phases so that we can get through the boss quickly. And if we mess up some of the in-between, it can screw things up so poorly that we're on a paper razor-thin margin surviving. The first phase with Genova is one of those. Dude. Oh, nice. Could you let me out of the wall? That'd be great.
That's that.
What is... The game is really trying to troll me hard today. Yeah, this is... Whew. That is some 10 out of 10 movement. Would not do again, ever. That's the kind of stupid shit I want to have happen in the marathon. And I'd just be like, whatever. No, I gotta do it in practice. Oh, yeah, that's nice. I forgot I didn't start the crawl animation, so... Oops. Got a little bit too in my own head. So this cutscene does kind of progress on its own as soon as this happens. When he's standing, you actually have to move him. When this, we're on a timer. Which is what my brain was thinking. Oops. But yeah, the combat, as good as the aerial combat is, sometimes it can provide some very sticky interactions. Weird things like that. We gotta talk to... Ooh, no, I don't. I absolutely need that Gina Talk save to practice because I'm very bad at Gina Talk. I can't overwrite that one. So we're going to save load here every time we talk. A character starts talking. It's going to allow us to maintain faster movement speed the whole area. This is one of the most important areas with save loading, where it ends up saving massive chunks of time. A good way to react is to actually wait for the subtitles to pop up. But you'll see after this next save load, we'll get a huge burst of speed, which is where most of the time save comes from. But luckily, we get to jog for a lot of these instead of, like, slow walking, which is super nice.
Is it just...
Alright, we only have 2 more left after this. One for Yuffie. Actually, we have Tifa and the Kate Shi one. Yep. So you got one right here for Tifa as soon as we enter here. Oh, nope. Like I said, I could theoretically save this over any slot. It doesn't really matter, but that bottom slot is my Gina Talk practice save, and I really don't want to overwrite that one. It takes a long time to get to Gina Talk, and I need to practice him a lot. He's usually my warm-up before I start a run, because Gina Talk is such a vicious fight. It's literally the breaker of the run, honestly. No, stop doing that! My inputs are too good to the point where they're bad again. At some point, I want to do Remake, Rebirth, Final Game Trilogy runs. I'm going to pick up Remake soonish. Re-pick it up, rather. There's things that I just blew off learning that I need to pick up. Plus, we have the fast forward in the boss fights, so it's going to be a free PB regardless. As long as I get to a reasonable point of execution. The only shame is I'm going to break 430 because of the cutscene fast-forwarding, not because of my own skill. Which is a bit frustrating, but sometimes it is what it is. So we do have a couple of fights coming up here. The Whisper fight is a bit of an annoying one. These guys are pretty bulky. We can change up our party, but there's really no reason to. We're just going to Faith Magnify with Tifa and pray that our fire spells do this.
Heads up.
That's wrong. Into disorder. Oh, come on.
Calling fire. Burn. Let's get this over with.
Oh, Okay, that's fine. How much damage did I take there? That's not bad. Ideally, I don't want to have to heal in phase 1 of Genova, but sometimes it's just like that. Let me swap these out. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, it's this direction. Put on Disorder here. That's not... No! Nobody wants to use that move. Get out of here. This is actually supposed to be this, because I went one character too far. Brave, and then... Hey, thanks for the sub. I appreciate it. Nah, it's fine. What's up? I have a little bit of time before I go see Aerith, so... Yeah, no, I'm not exactly, like, the super well-versed to the point where, like, I understand all the system mechanics. I get a lot of stuff wrong, and then Strife's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Holy shit. Appreciate it. Let's go. Yeah, I guess I gotta get... I have to get the, what was it? Certified Sid moment. And that's the last... Now we go. So, the big fight here is we're going to be doing a lot of things to make sure we maintain the Skillmaster loop. Skillmaster and counter spamming is going to be the cornerstone of the fight with Cloud here. Once we get to the Sephiroth phase, he's going to be hitting a lot of times over and over again. So I'm actually going to stay in Punisher stance, and I'm going to reset the Punisher stance over and over again with the guard mechanic, so that I can get multiple counters over and over again, and I can also get perfect guards that will reduce my damage. It's not super important that I'm not taking damage, but it does end up helping. The big thing is, with perfect counters, you get crap for ATB building, but you don't take damage. But because Sephiroth hits you so many times, you can very easily offset that bad ATB by just spamming the perfect guard. With Genova, however, I need to do a lot of setup here to make sure that my Berserk is online, my Prime Berserk is online. I'm doing good. Appreciate it. And that I need to have Faith online most of the time here, so a lot of this I'm going to have to very much focus, unfortunately. This end fight is not a place where I can really afford to disengage with combat. Overcharge some extra juice here. Spell Blade to clear. Into Prime mode. Okay, we don't want to be in Morning Wall. That just does damage for no reason. That's super annoying. I need you to Cure Gun me, please.
Come on. Gotta be careful. You're up.
Ah, come on! Super annoying, bro. Alright, Barrett, I'm gonna have to have you Cure Gun me again, unfortunately. Okay. I couldn't re-establish Sonic Boom here because it would screw up my Skillmaster loop, so I have to be careful.
This thing's going down.
Of course. Take the lead.
Yeah.
Get some extra damage in here with the overcharge to make sure I do enough. Should be enough to push the phase. Alright. Time for the fun part. Let's unleash these limits we've been holding on to. Let's unleash all of our sadness. Ah, yes. Okay. I should have Star Showered there, but whatever. Oops.
I got it right where I want it. Bring it to heat.
Into Berserk. Limit.
Be a fool,
And
you
limit.
got a key.
This Berserk will set up for phase 6 with Cloud so that I can actually one-shot.
It's coming your way, you think.
Been waiting for this.
You're up.
You got it, Sid. You're not the
Luckily, the Berserk will last between this phase, so I can clear the rest of this with Cloud. We're gonna use Disorder so I can set up Berserk, drop the Berserk, and then drop a couple of Fire Guns on this dingus. And because we're mutually Berserked, I'll be able to push out enough damage to one-shot here. The problem with this phase is you get red, so you basically have two characters the moment Genova gets off an attack. Ooh, I hate this so much! Okay. Alright. Get in there, buddy. Let's hope this works. Alright, we made it. Doesn't matter. Not good? Let's go.
Yeah. Alright. Follow my lead.
Ah, dang it. Whatever, it's fine. We'll heal after.
What the hell happened to you? You were a soldier. How could you turn your
That's gonna be a little bit wrong, unfortunately.
Right.
We're gonna go Firaga to establish the... This is gonna be really... We're gonna have to restart here, unfortunately. I just got bum-fucked a little bit too much there. I need to reset in my head.
Cloud, you ready for this?
Yeah. Alright. Follow my lead.
Look at you taking charge. I like it.
Firaga.
What the hell happened to you? You were a soldier. How could you turn your back on everything we stand for? Right. As long as you get what you want, who cares
what?
Who gets hurt? Is that it? You
Oh,
really
what are you doing, dude? Whatever.
No escape. Let's bring it home.
Sure. I guess we'll just do the old school method.
We're not done here.
No order.
Gotcha.
I guess we're just doing the new game route.
Just said world unite, so too do the art.
Cloud, save her.
Alone at last.
Very unfortunate throw there, but it is what it is. Sephiroth sometimes can be a bit frustrating if he decides to not focus down Cloud, so you have to do a lot of adjustment. Alright, good. Our A to B is correct, at least. It's fine. Messing up that phase is probably the best. As long as you don't push out into this phase, it doesn't get too bad. The thing is you need to maintain Faith and Berserk for this part right here, or else your damage gets screwed up for the rest of the phases. And if I don't have Faith and Berserk at the start of that phase, I can never break that orb, which puts me in a very unwinnable position, because he fires off a lot of attacks that do way more damage than they should be allowed to.
Just in case. Calling fire.
1 for 1. Alright, it's time to go. I haven't really gotten as much practice on this phase as I probably, or Sephiroth, as I want to recently, so I'll have to come back here again. I should be fine on the Bizarro phases. The only thing that's really got me worried is the final phase.
This looks like everything.
This is fine. This is very bad.
Sephiroth last
Come on. We gotta take out the
shower. gotta position myself here properly.
The wings are healing it.
Good fight. You need to make sure to take these wings down immediately so you can one-shot Bahamut. If not, Bahamut's HP more or less doubles, and you're gonna be in that fight for quite a bit. The Zack phase is pretty straightforward. There is a way to set this up to do it a bit better, but I need to look into that. And I haven't had a chance to do so yet, because I've been trying to just finish a few runs before I get too lost in the sauce with recalibrating. And I haven't had a chance to practice Sephiroth, which would be the appropriate time to do this. I should do both at the same time.
Let's settle this once and for all. Got all you got?
Into bravery.
Ready to rock. We're not done here.
Oh, that's my fault. Oh, I hate that. Oh, come on.
Yeah, this is gonna show my own strength.
Alright.
Alright, time to go all out. Gotcha. This is gonna sting.
Mutual, whatever. A little bit of time lost there, but it is what it is. This phase should be pretty much explosive here. Tifa is just going to force her way through the barrier with high enough damage, so we're going to be able to one-shot this. But this is the reason everything was super important, design-wise. Bravery, somersault.
Someone's helping us. The wings are protecting it.
Crow's feathers, gotta go. We've gotta take out the barrier.
What barrier?
Hey there, jerk.
Nothing's gonna stop us.
Come on, we're ending this.
Okay. Now this phase is extremely technical, so all I can tell you is I'm going to be laying down wards to trigger ATB assist over and over again, and Cloud's going to be spamming Firaga like a madman. Fortunately, I came into this with a full limit because I suck. So I can use that as a backup method to, like, reset things, but normally we shouldn't have limit here. Limit means I took way too much damage in the first Sephi fight. Alright, ATB ward, Sonic Boom, Punisher, switch sides, Disorder, ATB boost Aerith, get the Zerk, Firaga.
I saw what you did back there, Cloud.
Nope.
Thank you.
Thank me later.
ATB ward.
This ain't over.
Right.
Alright, let's...
Don't overdo it.
ATB boost.
Hang back.
Firaga into Arcane Ward Cloud here. Spellblade. Radiant Ward Cloud. Firaga. Alright, we should be fine here. ATB boost. Firaga. See you later, asshole. I would love to use the limit here, but that's gonna actually make this impossible. Huh? Huh? Nah. That's not a PB. No. Get the fudge out of here. There's no way that's a PB. Huh? 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 I don't believe it. Look at that. I lost 4 minutes to Mr. Fister. And then I got it. What the heck is wrong with my Iron Giant split? How did I lose 4 minutes and then get it all back on Sung and Elena? Reno and Rude was trash. What? What happened here? So yeah, I can save more time on the end fight. Actually, let me not spoil too much of this stuff for people that may not have finished this. So most of that time lost there on Sephiroth is restarting the, is failing the final phase of Genova, but luckily having enough gasoline to get through it. Unfortunately, I was in Punisher stance for some reason, So when I used Disorder, rather than closing in on the enemy and getting a stab, I flung myself in the air, which just screwed everything up. So I really dislike Disorder in the Genova fight, specifically because of that. Because I don't know how I end up getting in Punisher stance, but I'm assuming it has something to do with charging up the Spellblade, so I need to start charging my Spellblades with Square in the phase with Yuffie, not with Triangle, because for some reason that's causing issues. Because if you're in Punisher stance with Disorder, you go up. If you're in Operator stance, you go forward. Really weird one. Yeah, that's, I